Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
As soon as Zheng stepped into his house, he didn't even bother turning on the lights. No shower, no food, no rest. The first thing he did was one thing: draw cards. He sat down, took a deep breath, and called out in his mind, "System." A familiar mechanical voice responded instantly. "Heroic spirit system online. Start drawing." A soft glow flashed in front of his eyes. A card formed out of light, slowly rotating like it was being revealed by fate itself. "Congratulations, host." 5-star card obtained. Heroic spirit, King Hassan. Class, assassin. Zheng's eyes narrowed slightly. King Hassan. Just hearing the name felt like death itself had stepped closer. The system asked immediately, "Host, do you want to equip?" Zheng answered coldly, "No." Card stored in the Heroic Spirit Library. Another light appeared. A second card unfolded. The air turned heavy, almost scorching. "Congratulations, host." 5-star card obtained. Heroic Spirit, Ozymandias. Class, writer. Zheng stared at the card. A king, a god, a ruler wrapped in arrogance and sunlight. The system asked again, "Host, do you want to equip?" "No." Card stored in the Heroic Spirit Library. Zheng leaned back, eyes half closed. 2 5-star cards in a row. Normally, this would have made anyone scream in excitement, but he couldn't feel it. Not after what happened today. Not after seeing his mother die in front of him. His fingers curled slightly. Revenge, power, cards. He needed it all, because in this world, being weak meant you deserved to lose everything. And he had already lost the only thing that mattered. At the same time, inside the new S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, in the heart of New York, the atmosphere in Nick Fury's office was heavy enough to suffocate. Tony Stark walked in like a storm. His face was dark, not annoyed, not sarcastic, straight up angry. He slammed his palm against Fury's desk. "Didn't you agree you wouldn't provoke him anymore?" Nick Fury didn't flinch. Across from them, Natasha Romanoff stood calmly, holding a file. Tony stared at her. "Then why the hell are you still monitoring him?" Natasha's voice stayed steady. "We didn't send anyone to monitor him. We just adjusted the surveillance near his home." Tony's eyes widened. "Isn't that the same thing? That's literally surveillance." Natasha opened her mouth again. "You don't even know he was in Mexico last month." "Enough." Nick Fury's voice cut through the room like a knife. He didn't look at Tony. He looked at Natasha. Natasha Romanoff. "Step outside." Natasha paused for half a second, then placed the documents on the desk. "Yes, sir." She walked out and closed the door. The office fell silent. Tony leaned back in the chair like he owned the place, crossing his legs, pretending he wasn't tense. His eyes stayed sharp. "So what's this, Fury? You're kicking people out of the room. That means you're hiding something." Nick Fury stared out the window for a moment before speaking. "I've known for a long time." Tony's expression tightened. "Knew what?" Fury finally turned around. "I hesitated whether to tell you." Tony's voice turned colder. "Tell me what?" Nick Fury spoke slowly, carefully. "It wasn't until last month in Mexico, when Zheng disappeared from Earth with a man who claimed to be Thor, that I made up my mind." Tony frowned. "What does that have to do with him?" Fury didn't answer directly. Instead, he pulled out a file and pushed it across the table. Natasha Romanoff worked as a history teacher at Zheng high school for a while. Tony's eyes flickered. "And..." She collected a strand of his hair and brought it back for testing. Tony's heartbeat started to rise. Fury continued. "The DNA test matched someone in SHALDS gene pool." Tony's throat went dry. "Who?" Nick Fury's answer hit like a bullet. Howard Stark. Tony froze. For a second, the world went quiet. Howard Stark, his father, one of SHILDS founders. Tony forced a laugh that didn't sound real. Okay, and Nick Fury's eyes didn't move. Then I asked Natasha to collect a sample from you. Tony's face tightened. Let me guess. Fury's voice stayed flat. Paternity test. Tony didn't breathe. Nick Fury leaned forward slightly, like he was about to deliver a death sentence. The final result is... He didn't smile. He didn't enjoy it. But the words landed like a bomb. Congratulations, Stark. You're a father. F***K. Tony shot up so fast his chair fell backward. He paced the office in circles, hands running through his hair like he was trying to rip his thoughts out. No, that's impossible. Nick Fury stayed calm. I have a photo. He took out another set of papers and tossed it on the desk. Tony snatched it. The pictures were of Zheng mother when she was young. Tony flipped to the first one, and the moment he saw her face, his pupils shrank. His breath caught in his throat. It's her. His voice went quiet. His hands trembled slightly. He remembered that smile, that look in her eyes. A girl he never expected to see again. Nick Fury slid another document forward. If you still don't believe it, there's the appraisal report. Read it. Tony snapped back into anger like it was his shield. He slammed the file down. F***K, you Fury. You were the one who threatened my son to leave Earth. Nick Fury sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose like he was tired of Tony's drama. Stop calling him your son every 5 seconds. It's not guaranteed he'll recognize you. Tony's eyes burned. Nick Fury tapped the file. Look at the later pages. They detail his childhood. Tony flipped through them. Each page made his expression darker. A kid living in poverty. A boy raised by a single mother. After she died, he survived on government support. The son of Tony Stark, living like that? Tony's jaw clenched. He felt sick. Fury's voice was low now. Why tell you now? Tony didn't answer, but Fury spoke anyway. Because Zheng has no attachment to Earth. Last month he left Earth without hesitation. There are countless dangers out there. If he chooses to disappear again, we won't be able to stop him. Tony sneered bitterly. So you want him as a weapon? A trump card? Nick Fury didn't deny it. I want him to have a reason to stay. And right now, the only reason that might work is family. Tony stared at him. His sarcasm returned, but it was sharper than usual. What about your other trump card? Your good friend. Nick Fury's eyes narrowed slightly. Tony had hit the nerve. Captain Marvel. Her current situation was complicated. Fury didn't speak. He just sighed. Tony grabbed the file one last time, then turned toward the door. Before leaving, he stopped without looking back. His voice was firm. Heavy. Zheng can go wherever he wants. I'm not going to chain him down with some save-the-world garbage. He opened the door, and the next words were cold enough to freeze the room. I will never let my son carry the burden of Earth. Then Tony Stark walked out, leaving Nick Fury alone, with the feeling that something huge had already started moving. And once it started, no one could stop it. Thor had lived for thousands of years. But even for him, this year felt like it was cursed. First, he was stripped of his power and exiled to Earth like a criminal. Then, the warriors 3 and Sif, the friends he trusted most, ended up wounded and broken because of him. And when he finally returned to Asgard, he found his home in ruins. Half of the Golden Palace city had collapsed into rubble. The proud halls turned into scorched wreckage. The air still smelled like smoke and war. Worst of all, Loki was gone. No body, no trace, not even an answer. Thor stormed into the throne hall, his voice echoing to the shattered pillars. Father, what happened? Odin sat upon the throne like an old lion at the end of his reign. His hair was whiter than ever. His face was carved with exhaustion. Even his one remaining eye looked dim. He looked tired, more tired than Thor had ever seen him. Odin's voice came out heavy. Loki disobeyed my command. He launched an attack on Jotunheim. Thor's breath caught. And then, he demanded. Odin's gaze lowered, as if even speaking the next words was painful. He was killed by their power. Thor froze. His hands tightened into fists. Where is he now? Odin shook his head slowly. When I woke up, he was no longer in Asgard. For a moment, Thor couldn't speak. He had lost too much. And he didn't even know if Loki was dead or lost somewhere between worlds. Back on Earth, time kept moving like nothing had happened. A new semester began, and Zheng returned to campus as if he was just another student starting over. Starting this term, he was officially enrolled in 2 majors, electrical engineering and physics. People thought he was insane, but Zheng did something even crazier. He filled his schedule until it was suffocating. Class after class, lab after lab, no room to breathe. His goal was simple: finish credits fast, graduate early, get stronger. And the moment he stepped into the new departments, the entire atmosphere changed. Because everyone already knew Zheng, not just because of his grades, not just because of his intelligence, but because his face alone was enough to cause chaos. In this university, there were 2 things everyone agreed on. Zheng was a genius, and Zheng was unfairly handsome. For months, most girls had accepted one painful truth: he belonged to mechanical engineering. Too far, too unreachable. But now, he transferred after just 1 semester, straight into their world. The electrical engineering students were excited. The physics students were even worse. And every girl on campus basically had the same thought: we have a chance now. After 1 full day of classes, Zheng finally understood how terrifying that chance was. Girls surrounded him everywhere. Some accidentally tripped and fell into his arms. Some accidentally dropped books right at his feet, bending down slowly as if the floor was a stage. Others accidentally spilled coffee, water, even cola onto his shirt, then rushed forward to wipe it off like they were saving his life. By the end of the day, his clothes were stained with several different drinks. Zheng stood there in the hallway, calm as always, smiling gently. He caught a girl's hand mid-wipe and smoothly took the handkerchief from her fingers. "It's okay. I'll do it myself. Don't trouble yourself." The girl froze. Her face turned bright red. "Oh, okay." Zheng walked away politely, leaving behind a small wave of heartbreak and jealousy. And while all of them thought their acts were working, most of them already knew the truth. These tricks were outdated, almost embarrassing. But what could they do? Zheng looks were too lethal. The kind of face that could turn an innocent girl into a hunter. That's why they kept charging in any way, one after another, with no shame, with no breaks. Later that evening, Zheng stood in front of his mirror. He stared at his reflection for a long moment. His facial features were still the same. His eyes, nose, lips, jawline. Nothing had changed, but something was different. He couldn't explain it. His entire presence felt sharper, more refined, more attractive in a way that didn't feel normal. He sighed and called out softly, "System. Heroic spirit system online." Zheng rubbed his temple. "I feel like my appearance is getting too upgraded." He sounded genuinely helpless. "I'm not even a woman. Why do I look better every day?" The system answered instantly, "Host, this is a side effect of long-term heroic spirit equipment. Not only your appearance, but also your physical abilities and IQ have evolved." Zheng thought about it. He didn't really feel the physical evolution yet. Maybe because he hadn't pushed his limits recently. As for IQ, everything in college right now still felt like basics to him. So the increase hadn't shined yet. He narrowed his eyes. "If I keep equipping heroic spirits, will my body keep evolving? And how far does it go?" The system replied calmly, "Until you possess physical qualities comparable to heroic spirits. If compatibility is high enough, you can completely inherit their skills." Zheng eyes flickered. That sounded dangerous and powerful. The system continued. "Example, golden rule. Host has already inherited part of it. But because you equipped it only a few times, compatibility is still low. If host equips Gilgamesh long-term, you may obtain the complete golden rule and additional skills. Zhengbin's eyelid twitched. Gilgamesh? No thanks. Just thinking about that arrogant personality gave him a headache. He changed the topic. Then if I equip a heroic spirit, can I change their outfit into normal clothes? Negative, the system replied. When equipped, their outfit is fixed. Zheng Bin's expression darkened slightly. So he'd be stuck wearing royal robes, armor, or something ridiculous every time. The system added. However, each heroic spirit has Spiritron dress options. When unlocked, their Spiritron dress becomes modern clothing. Zheng Bin paused. Wait. He slowly turned his head. You're saying they have modern outfits? Yes. Zheng Bin's face tightened. Do all the male cards I have right now have modern Spiritron dresses? Yes. Zheng Bin stared at the air like it had betrayed him. Then he snapped. Then why didn't you tell me earlier? The system answered, sounding almost offended, because host only equipped heroic spirits during battle. Host never attempted long-term daily usage. Also, unlocking Spiritron dresses is expensive. It requires draw opportunities. Host was poor at the beginning. You could not afford it. Zheng Bin's mouth opened, then shut, because he couldn't even argue with that. He remembered how desperate he was early on, and how precious every card draw was. Still, he clicked his tongue, annoyed. Fine. But from now on, tell me this kind of thing earlier. Acknowledged. Zheng Bin now has more than 3 million in savings, and before investing the money in stocks again, he decided to spend some money first. The first thing is to buy a car for his girlfriend. He has always remembered that Gwen crashed the car in order to find him at the police station, but he knew that if he let Gwen know directly, she would definitely refuse. So he told Gwen that he wanted to buy a car and tricked her. Zheng Bin chose Audi's RS4, which costs about $200,000 and is a good value for money car. And when choosing a car, Gwen also expressed that she likes this style very much. After all the procedures were completed, Zheng Bin got the car keys. He put the car keys in Gwen's hand. This car will be yours from now on. Gwen refused helplessly. No, it's too expensive. Zheng Bin held Gwen's face with both hands. I always remember what you did for me. You deserve the best. But I don't have much money now. I'll buy you a better one later. Gwen's eyes were red, and she was almost in tears. Finally, she accepted her boyfriend's kindness. It just so happened that there was an intern in this store who went to the same university as Zheng Bin. Naturally, she recognized Zheng Bin. She secretly took a photo of Zheng Bin and Gwen and posted online. I envy my idol's girlfriend so much. My boyfriend is so handsome, so smart, and he treats her so well. He even gave her a car. In just 1 hour, this status was read by 100,000 people, in addition to the students of the school forwarding it. There were also other people who saw Zheng Bin's face and forwarded it. I like this boy. He's so handsome. I fell in love with him at first sight. He's from our school. Not only handsome, but also smart. He skipped a grade to attend university and graduated with major mechanics in just 1 semester. Oh my God, I'm going to die. After Zheng Bin's information was exposed, all the girls went crazy. Why is there such a perfect boy in this world? Gwen was envied to death by the girls in Zheng Bin's school. In addition to those girls, there was another person who was also full of jealousy. That was Jeanne Grey. After being frustrated by Zheng Bin last time, she returned to school and was scolded by Professor X. This was the first time she saw Professor X get so angry in so many years. So she didn't dare to look for Zheng Bin again, even though she was resentful. She turned her attention to Gwen. She used her mind to spy on Gwen's consciousness, hoping to catch Zheng Bin's flaws. Gwen kept all her memories of Zheng Bin in the deepest part of her heart, which shows how much she values this relationship. Jeanne carefully searched for memories about Zheng Bin. In addition to the blushing tenderness, Zheng Bin in Gwen's memory is completely different from the hateful one she saw. Considerate, gentle, and powerful. Satisfy all Jeanne's fantasies about men. She actually fell in love with Zheng Bin in Gwen's memory. how she hoped that she could replace Gwen and get Jingbin's tenderness. It was just because of the unpleasant parting last time that she could only suppress her desire and look for opportunities to get close to Jingbin. Today, as usual, she came to Gwen's house and waited for her to go home, intent to see what happened between her and Jingbin recently. Then, she saw that Gwen drove a new red car back today. From Gwen's memory, she saw that it was a gift from Jingbin. At the moment, she could no longer suppress her jealousy. Because of Professor X's teachings, she didn't dare go too far and hurt people's lives. It was just that after Gwen went home, she came to the garage and destroyed the car with psychokinesis. She looked at the shape-shifting of the car and sneered. "I wonder how you can open it." "I'm sorry, I don't know what happened. I found the car broken down when I arrived at the garage this morning." Gwen called Jingbin and choked up and said, "You gave me such a good gift, but I—" "It's okay." Jingbin comforted Gwen and hung up the phone. "It's just a car. He will just buy another one." He looked at the photo Gwen sent. The car was distorted and shape-shifting. His eyes were full of haze. "First of all, we have to find out who did it. There are too many people who have a grudge against him, and the first one to bear the brunt is S.H.I.E.L.D. However, SHIELD was taught a lesson so hard before they should not act rashly, and they would not go to someone's garage to smash a little girl's car and do such a boring thing. Who did it? He took Gwen to the store again and bought a completely identical car again. Gwen was sad. "I still don't want it. If the car breaks down again, it will be such a waste. You can drive it yourself." Jingbin touched her head and said, "Don't worry. I will help you solve it." Jeanne came to the outside of Gwen's house again that night. She wanted to see from Gwen's memory what Jingbin would do if he knew the car broke down. Then she saw that Gwen drove the same car as yesterday into the garage. She also saw from Gwen's memory that Jingbin comforted her gently. She stood in the garage and looked at the bright red car. With a sinister face, she raised her hand and prepared to destroy the car again with her mind. "Let's see how you're going to solve it." At this time, her hand was held by a pair of warm and large hands. She heard the magnetic voice of a man behind her. "So you did it?" Jeanne immediately broke free and turned to look at the man. Jingbin raised his eyebrows. "Who sent you here this time?" "No one. I came here when I wanted. I don't need anyone's consent." "Then what's the matter with you smashing my girlfriend's car?" Jingbin looked at her seriously. "Fortunately, you only smashed the car. If you dare to hurt Gwen, don't blame me for being rude." Jeanne bit her lower lip hard, tears in her eyes, staring at Jingbin unyieldingly. "What's so good about her? She's just an ordinary person. I can easily crush her to death." Jingbin was furious when he heard it, and quickly stretched out his right hand and pinched Jeanne's throat. "Who are you going to crush to death?" Jeanne's grievances broke out, and the tears that had been held back flowed out of her eyes, slid down her cheeks, and soon wet Jingbin's hand on her neck. The more she cried, the sadder she became, and the sadder she became, the louder her voice became. In the end, she burst into tears. Jingbin saw her crying out of breath, and just thought it was funny, so he put his hand down. "Why are you crying? It's obviously you who did something wrong, but you're crying instead." Jeanne felt that Jingbin's attitude would be better when she showed weakness, so she went forward and hugged his waist tightly. Her face flushed, and she said, "I just can't stand you being so nice to her. I'm jealous." Jingbin smiled. "You're throwing yourself at me this time. Aren't you trying to put something on me again?" Jeanne looked up and explained, "No, really not." She saw the smile on Jingbin's lips. Her face flushed again, and she buried her head tightly in his strong chest. "Bin." Gwen couldn't sleep at night because she was worried that the car would be smashed again, so she wanted to come down to check the situation of the car. She saw a man with bright red hair hugging her boyfriend tightly, and he was smiling on his face. "Who is she?" Gwen asked calmly, with deep anxiety in her eyes. After hearing Gwen's voice, Jeanne hugged Jingbin even harder, then raised her head and gave her a provocative smile. Soon, her smile disappeared, because she felt Jingbin trying to break free from her embrace. After Jingbin left her embrace, he walked towards Gwen. "It's just someone I know." Jeanne looked at Jingbin's back and felt that the resentment and anger in her heart made her almost unable to control herself. She couldn't help but use her ability on Gwen. A flame-like light rushed towards Gwen. "Gwen, be careful," Zheng shouted when he saw the flame. After she was hit, her eyes rolled and she fainted on the ground. It happened too suddenly. Zheng, who was not equipped with heroic spirit card, had not reacted yet before Gwen had already fallen. He rushed up and felt Gwen's pulse. Fortunately, she was still alive. At the beginning, Zheng thought that the other party was just a little girl and came here just to get back at her last time, until she hurt Gwen. Even though Zheng didn't really love Gwen much, he felt more of a responsibility. But it can't be denied that Gwen is a good girl and is very qualified as a girlfriend. He had already taken Gwen under his wing. System equipped Solomon. Okay, Zheng, who had transformed into Solomon, turned around and looked at Jeanne Grey. The pressure made Jeanne step back a few steps. Zheng used magic to grab Jeanne's neck and slam her hard against the ceiling. His move was so fast that people were caught off guard. Jeanne Grey's headed the ceiling hard. A hole appeared in the ceiling, and she fainted. Zheng wrapped her with magic and flew to Xavier Academy for Gifted Youth. Professor X was sitting in his office chatting with Beast and a few students. He was still talking and stopped. "We have guests." When the group walked out of the school gate, they saw Zheng in the air and Jeanne Grey, who was unconscious and floating next to him. "Jeanne!" Cyclops shouted at Zheng, "What did you do to her?" After saying that, he wanted to take off his eyes and attack him. "Wait!" Professor X stopped him. He had just invaded Jeanne's memory and saw what happened. "I apologize on Jeanne's behalf. I'm really sorry. I will pay you 10 times the money for the car." Jeanne didn't mean it. She's just a child and sometimes can't control her emotions. Also, the girl should still be in a coma. Take me there, and I'll treat her. "Professor, no!" The people behind Professor X opposed his proposal. The man in front of him had injured Professor X so badly before. He had to recuperate in bed for more than a month before he barely recovered. This man is too dangerous. How can they be assured? Professor X raised his hand and asked them to stop persuading him. Then he stared at Zheng tightly. "Is it okay?" Zheng threw Jeanne Grey in front of the door without mercy, raising dust. Then he wrapped Professor X with magic and returned to the basement with the wheelchair. Professor X used his mind to help Gwen clear the chaotic memories in her mind and soothe her soul. Then he said to Zheng, "Don't worry. She's fine. She'll wake up soon." Zheng nodded, released Solomon's condition, picked up Gwen, and left. When Beast and others took the professor back to Xavier School for Gifted Youth, Jeanne had already woken up. She was crying in bed. She was actually beaten by the man she loved. This incident was a big blow to her. She just felt a mixture of love and hate in her heart, and wanted to cut this man out of her heart, but she was powerless. Professor X knocked on the door and walked into Jeanne's room. I heard faint sobbing from the quilt. She sighed helplessly. "Jeanne, if you do this, you will only push the person you love further away. Too much passionate love will only burn yourself. Also, you actually hurt ordinary people. Have you forgotten what I taught you? From today, you are grounded and are not allowed to leave school. Reflect on yourself." Gwen woke up not long after. "Ben, what happened to me?" "You were attacked just now and fainted." Gwen sat up and hugged Zheng, who was sitting at the head of the bed. "Gwen, that girl is..." "It's okay, Ben. You don't have to explain. I believe you." Zheng saw Gwen wake up and was ready to leave, but she kept hugging Zheng tightly and didn't let him go. In desperation, he had to stay in Gwen's room for a night. Gwen recalled the beautiful woman she saw in the garage and felt very insecure, although Zheng finally chose her. But the girl, like Zheng, also has super abilities. They are people from the same world. Gwen, who had no confidence in herself, pestered Zheng for a night before she slightly suppressed her inner anxiety. The next morning, Zheng's mobile phone received a text message notification from the bank. Someone transferred more than $2 million to him. This money must be Professor X fulfilling what he said last night. Zheng Bin took the 5 million and went to find Peter Parker. Bin, you finally came to me. Are you going to buy stocks again? Peter Parker asked excitedly. He had made a lot of money by buying stocks with Zheng Bin several times before, and he had tasted the sweetness. He had been waiting for Zheng Bin to come to him. Yeah. Zheng Bin, who inherited perception ability, looked at Peter Parker a few more times until the other party looked at him in confusion, and then he looked away. He felt a special breath on Peter Parker. It seems that his friend has gained the ability and turned into Spider-Man. Peter Parker is a trouble attractor, always attracting all kinds of villains. Think about his thrilling experience in the movie In the Last Life. He said to him seriously, "If you encounter any danger, remember to tell me immediately." What danger can I encounter? Peter Parker didn't take Zheng Bin's words to heart at all. I'm telling you, the previous stocks. Zheng Bin didn't expect that his worry about Peter Parker would come true so soon. Host, issue the mission. Go to the dock and rescue Peter Parker. Reward, 1 chance to draw a card. This time, Zheng Bin accepted the mission without any complaints. He and Peter Parker grew up together in Queens, although Zheng Bin had the memory of his previous life since he was born. But he and Peter Parker have been together for more than 10 years. And Peter Parker is simple and sincere. Zheng Bin really regards him as a friend. System, equip the first Emperor. Okay, find that bug for me. Wilson Fisk roared at his many men in an abandoned warehouse. This man, who looks as solid as a hill, is the biggest gangster boss in New York, and even the whole United States. Because he is meticulous and wise, the gangsters call him Kingpin, which means mastermind. A man who only wears an ancient European costume coat on his upper body, with all the buttons unbuttoned, revealing his chi-dropping chest, stands behind Kingpin. Compared with his dress, what makes people more concerned is his braided beard. He spoke casually. Calm down, maybe he's already escaped? Impossible. Jeanne being denied without thinking. He has already ruined several of my big deals this month. How could his disgusting self-righteous justice allow him to escape temporarily? I didn't expect you to know me so well. A man wearing a hood and a red and blue tights on his upper body, holding a thick white line in his hand, swung down from the sky. His target was a large iron box behind Jeanne Bing and the man. Just as he was about to approach the iron box, a man who had been standing next to him casually suddenly had a sharp hook in his hand. He casually cut the thin white line with a stroke. Spider-Man fell to the ground, rolled forward, and dodged Kingpin's big fist. Kingpin's punch missed, and his fist landed directly on the ground, cracking the ground and creating a pit. Kingpin snorted, took out a pistol from his clothes, and shot at Spider-Man. Spider-Man dodged left and right, and his mouth was like a machine gun, constantly talking to the man in strange costumes. Wow, your weapon is so cool. Why are you dressed like this? Are you cosplaying? Who are you cosplaying? Kingpin shouted angrily, Shut up. The man replied, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm definitely dressed like this because I'm rich. Ha ha ha. Really? How rich? Kingpin shouted angrily. What the hell are you talking about? Help me deal with this bug. Oh, there's nothing I can do. The man shook his head and stepped forward. Fatty, you have a bad temper. Kingpin almost couldn't help but shoot him when he heard this name. Little bug, I'm going to attack. Are you ready? After saying this, the man's eyes, which were originally a little slack, became serious. He attacked Spider-Man at a speed so fast that people couldn't see clearly. Even though Spider-Man's body had changed, this speed was just enough for him to see clearly. As soon as he reacted, the man had already attacked in front of him. The scimitar in his hand was originally aimed at Spider-Man's heart, but Spider-Man reacted at the last moment. The scimitar did not hurt the heart, but stabbed into the left shoulder. The man did not pull out the scimitar, but took out a musket with his left hand and fired 3 shots at Spider-Man's abdomen. When he pulled out the scimitar, Spider-Man fell to the ground. He pointed the musket at Spider-Man's head. Simple, simple. Can I go back to watch TV? The man turned his head and looked at Kingpin. Just as Kingpin was about to answer him, he saw a man wearing ancient Huxia costumes flying in from the gate of the warehouse. Spider-Man was immediately covered from head to toe by the silver liquid. Kingpin asked loudly, "Who are you?" Host found the heroic spirit card. Edward Teach, level 2 stars, class rider. Zheng read the life story of Edward Teach, and it turned out that this was a famous Blackbeard, one of the most notorious pirates in history. His life story is a bit similar to Francis, but Francis finally made a name for himself and was made a duke, while Blackbeard's fate was much more tragic. And the two people's treasures are also similar. Zheng floated in the warehouse, raised his hand, and a silver round ball shot at Blackbeard like a cannonball, and he quickly dodged aside. After he dodged, the round ball also changed direction, chasing him like a tracking bomb. He dodged while screaming, and from time to time used a scimitar in his hand to block the attack of the silver ball. The bullets in the only gun in Kingpin's hand have all been used up. If it were normal, he would rush up and fight directly. He has always been confident in his skills. But at the moment, he stood there and dared not move. He and Blackbeard have been working together for a while, and he knows how strong Blackbeard is. Now, even Blackbeard is obviously at a disadvantage under his attack. How dare he go on stage by himself? Zheng stood next to Spider-Man and frowned when he saw that he had fainted and his breathing was very weak. It was necessary to make a quick decision. Zheng controlled Silver to wrap Spider-Man again to help him block all attacks. Blackbeard shouted at Zheng, "Hey, I will give you half of my reward. Can you let me go? A villain like you is not worthy of bargaining with me." After Zheng finished speaking, more silver spheres condensed around him and rushed towards Blackbeard. Blackbeard already felt a bit tired when there was only one silver ball, not to mention more silver balls attacking him at the same time. He had no choice but to release the treasure. Release! Annie! Zheng immediately used his skills to stop the other party when he heard that the other party was going to release the treasure. Burn the book. Blackbeard felt that the magic power he had smuggled from the Throne of Heroes was less. If he insisted on releasing the treasure, it would not be impossible. But the treasure would not last long and would dissipate, and even he himself would leave this world due to insufficient magic power. This world is so fun. I haven't had enough fun yet. Blackbeard shot at the wall of the warehouse. There was a big hole in the wall, and he quickly ran toward the direction of the hole. Zheng reaction was faster than him, and he directly blocked the hole with mercury. Blackbeard hit the mercury head-on, making a loud noise. At this time, the rest of the mercury also came near him and directly penetrated his body. Blackbeard's body gradually dissipated. "MD, fatty my reward." Before he finished speaking, he had already disappeared in the air. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Edward Teach has been stored. Zheng has been spoiled by a bunch of 5-star cards and is used to seeing good things. Suddenly seeing a 2-star card in AC++ treasure, he couldn't help but sympathize with the poorness of this heroic spirit. He walked to Spider-Man's side and found that Spider-Man's condition was much better than at the beginning. It really deserves to be a mutated body. Zheng used mercury to lift Spider-Man up and prepared to leave the scene. Then he heard him close his eyes and weakly said, "Iron box! That iron box!" Zheng turned around and saw Jeanne using his body to cover something, flew directly in front of him. "Get out of the way." Jeanne's pupils shrank rapidly when he saw Zheng suddenly fly in front of him. When he heard what he said, he was full of reluctance. But he is a person who knows how to judge the situation. Even if he is unwilling in his heart, he still makes way. Sure enough, there was an iron box behind him. Is this what he wants? Zheng pointed in the direction of Spider-Man. Kingpin nodded. Zheng said nothing, and directly lifted the box with mercury and took it away, back to Queens, in their apartment. Zheng was afraid that Peter Parker's current situation would scare May, so he took him back to his room. At the moment, the bleeding at the location of Peter Parker's bullet hole had stopped, and a thin film was covered on the wound. It healed so quickly. Fortunately, the bullets of the heroic spirit are all made of magic. Otherwise, he would have to tear open his wound and dig out the bullet. It seems that nothing will happen if he is put aside. Zheng put Peter Parker in a room to rest, on the sofa in his living room. As for the vacant room, that is his mother's room. Zheng never goes in except to clean. He hopes that the room can always remain the same as before his mother left. Peter Parker woke up in the sunshine. At first, he was confused and felt sore all over. He hadn't felt this feeling for a long time, since he got the super ability. When he woke up a little, he found that he was not in his room. This familiar room belonged to Zheng. The first thing he did was to touch the mask on his face. When his hand touched the skin directly, he let out a wail. He was exposed so quickly. Peter Parker sat on the bed for a long time before he made a great decision to leave the room. As soon as he left the room, he saw Zheng sitting at the dining table spreading jam on toast. "Morning, would you like some breakfast?" Zheng looked up and asked. Okay." Peter Parker sat on the chair carefully and looked at Zheng. "Don't you have anything to ask me? Didn't I tell you before? Call me if you are in danger. You are the one who saved me yesterday." Peter Parker shouted. Although he was seriously injured yesterday, he still retained some consciousness. He vaguely remembered that a man defeated the weird man who seriously injured him. It turned out that the man was his friend. "Why do you have such an ability? When was it?" "I think everyone has their own secrets, just like you." That's right. Peter Parker thought that he had not told his friends about getting the ability, so he shut up. Zheng pointed to the box in the corner. "Is that the box what you want? I brought it back for you." Yes. Peter Parker walked over and opened the iron box. There were many test tubes inside. This is one of the agents of the biological weapons they developed. I plan to send it to the police station as evidence of their crime. Zheng remembered that Peter Parker and Jeanne had been feuding for more than 10 years, and he was not optimistic about this matter. Although Jeanne was a gangster boss, he had legalized his illegal business, at least on the surface. He is now a famous American entrepreneur with a wide network of contacts. Zheng did not believe that he could be convicted based on such an iron box. But he did not want to dampen Peter Parker's enthusiasm. After Peter Parker finished breakfast, he changed into a tights and left with the box. After Peter Parker left, Zheng summoned the system. "System, open the Heroic Spirit Library." "Yes." Zheng looked at the cards in the Heroic Spirit Library and was choosing which heroic spirit was more suitable for long-term equipment. Ever since he knew that long-term equipment of heroic spirits can enhance strength, he has been thinking about it. After equipping heroic spirits, he realized that human power is so small, including himself. If he does not rely on the power of heroic spirits, he is only a little stronger than ordinary people at most. Even if he is now bound to the heroic spirit system, he can be said to be invincible. But this is just an external help for him. What he wants is not only such strength. What he pursues is a power that belongs to him completely. Even if he does not equip heroic spirits, he can have the same ability as heroic spirits, or even surpass heroic spirits. After much consideration, the first one he chose was Siegfried. Although Siegfried is only a 4-star card and his ability is not strong, but his personality can be regarded as the most stable among his existing heroic spirits. And he has taken a fancy to Siegfried's body defense ability dragon armor. If equipped for a long time, his body can also become indestructible. Let's equip this first, and change it later when there is a more suitable one. System, help me equip Siegfried. Yes. Activate the spirit clothes. Activating the spirit clothes requires a card draw opportunity to be deducted. Do you want to deduct it? Yes. Deducted. Do you want to equip the spirit clothes? Yes. Zheng original black combat uniform instantly turned into spirit particles, and the modern clothes of black shirt and black pants condensed on his body. He also wore black frame glasses on his eyes. Every time Zheng equipped a heroic spirit card, not only would his clothes change the appearance in the heroic spirit card, but also his hairstyle. Now his original short hair has become the same length as Siegfried. System, can this hair be cut off? It will be the host. No. The cut hair will turn into spirit particles and return to your head. Then I can only maintain my current appearance? Yes. Zheng Bin was helpless. Some settings of the heroic spirit system were so unreasonable. Have you seen Zheng Bin's look today? Yes, God, I'm dying. How can he be so handsome? Did he ask a designer to design his look or get hair extensions? Otherwise, how could his hair suddenly grow so long? He looks good in any look, not to mention long hair. Even bald head looks good. Zheng Bin is a grown man, but he never cares about dressing up. All he has at home are casual clothes and sportswear. Any outfit is fine when he goes out. This is the first time he wears such clothes. The black slim-fitting shirt tightly wraps his muscles, and the whole outfit looks very tight, which further outlines his sturdiness. A few buttons are undone at the collar, and the developed chest muscles make all girls want to put their hands on them to feel. Because the long black hair is inconvenient and looks like a madman, Zheng Bin casually tied a ponytail behind his head with a rubber band. This hairstyle brings him a bit of artistic temperament and looks more fashionable. In short, the new look is well received by the girls in the school. Compared with sportswear, this kind of clothing is more popular with them. This spiritual clothing is useless. Although it is suitable for modern society, it only has one style and cannot be changed. If Zheng Bin wants to take a shower, he can only turn the clothes on his body into spirit particles. After taking a shower, he can't even change his pajamas. He can only condense spirit particles on his body again to make this set of clothes. If he wears other clothes, after they're completely in contact with the skin, in less than 2 seconds, the clothes will turn into spirit particles and dissipate in the air. However, he has tested it and found that it is still possible to add clothes outside the set of spiritual clothes. So after school today, he decided to go to the clothing store and buy some tops to wear outside. Otherwise, people would think he never changes his clothes. Fortunately, it is winter now, so it is normal to wear more clothes. I hope he can fully integrate Siegfried's power before summer. Girls are still good at buying clothes, so he asked Gwen to come and help him. Gwen was also bright when she saw his new look. I felt like I had a new boyfriend, full of freshness. I chatted with Zheng Bin in the car for a while before we set off. Zheng Bin touched his chin. The performance of the new car was better than before. At least the shockproof function was much better than before. Zheng Bin was now a multimillionaire, so he naturally would not go to any big stores like before. He asked Gwen to drive the car to the street specializing in luxury goods. "Bin, this store's men's clothing is very famous. Let's go and have a look." Gwen took Zheng Bin's arm and walked into the store. As soon as she walked into the door, she was stopped by the shopping guide. "Sorry, we have VIP guests coming to the store today, and we don't accept other guests." Zheng Bin nodded and prepared to leave with Gwen. "Bin, you are here too." A boy full of surprise sounded. Zheng Bin looked over and found that it was Tony Stark, who had just tried on clothes coming out of the fitting room, and greeted him. As soon as he came out, he was surrounded by a group of shopping guides. Stark, who was praised by everyone, said, "These two are my friends. Let them in." "Yes." Zheng Bin and Gwen walked over. He didn't want to come in at first. Every time he saw Tony Stark, something bad happened, but Gwen pulled him in with great interest, and he didn't want to spoil the fun. He sat on a chair beside him and flipped through magazines boredly, while Gwen picked clothes for Zheng Bin. She rolled up her sleeves and prepared to do a big job. Her boyfriend was so handsome, she must dress him up well. A P asterisk 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 D off those women. "Is this your girlfriend?" Tony Stark pretended to sit next to Zheng Bin and chatted with him casually. "Yeah, your girlfriend is so beautiful." After Tony Stark praised him, Zheng Bin didn't appreciate it and didn't respond at all. The atmosphere on the scene fell into awkwardness again. Tony Stark racked his brains to think of a topic. Suddenly, I heard Zheng Bin say, "By the way," I immediately asked, "What's wrong?" "There's 30 million in this card, and the password is 6 ones. He took the card out of his wallet and put it on the table. "I've paid off the money I owed you before." Zheng Bin saved up 30 million, while ensuring his own funds for stock speculation. Since he saw Tony Stark today, he might as well pay it back. "I only paid 3 million at the beginning. Since I said I would pay you back 10 times, I will definitely do it. Just keep it. Tony held the card given by Zheng Bin in his hand, with mixed feelings. For him, 30 million is definitely nothing. It is normal for him to spend tens of millions on a party. But this card was given by Zheng Bin, so it has a different meaning. Zheng Bin is so young and has no background, but has made 30 million in such a short time. Tony Stark was proud and sad. After the battle, Gwen chose a lot of clothes for Zheng Bin to try on. Zheng Bin chose a few of them and prepared to pay. You can put these clothes on my account, Tony Stark suggested. No need. It is natural for you to spend my money, Tony Stark shouted in his heart. But he knew Zheng Bin's character and didn't dare persuade him too much. Tony Stark went home dejectedly, and just after coming out of the elevator, he saw Nick Fury sitting on the sofa. I find that you like to come uninvited. He took out a bottle of foreign wine from the wine cabinet and said to Nick Fury. Nick Fury ignored his sarcasm and asked directly, "How have you been communicating with Zheng Bin recently?" "What's the point of talking about that?" Tony Stark said unhappily. "During this period, I just met him once and spent half an hour together. What do you think?" "Then your son is likely to be kidnapped." Nick Fury said coldly, "I just received a report that a man who claims to be Thor has come to Earth and is now in New York." In the evening, Zheng Bin and Gwen had dinner at the best restaurant in New York. After dinner, Gwen went to the parking lot to get the car, and Zheng Bin stood at the door of the restaurant waiting. "Ha ha ha, my friend." A man in armor and a red cloak came over from the opposite side of the road. "I'm here to see you." "Thor." Zheng Bin was surprised. "Why did you come to Earth?" "I came to see you specially." Thor raised his hands and wanted to give Zheng Bin a hug. Zheng Bin dodged slightly. At this time, Gwen drove the car to the side of the road. "Bin, who is this?" "Someone I know." Zheng Bin put the bag in Gwen's car. "I still have something to talk to him about. You go back first." Gwen drove away obediently. At the moment, Zheng Bin looked at Thor. "Come with me." Zheng Bin took Thor to a nearby park. Because it was late, there were no people in the park. Only one or two homeless people passed by from time to time. "What do you want to see me on Earth?" "My friend, let me tell you," Thor said excitedly. "When I was performing in the universe, I met a very powerful person. No offense, but I think he may be stronger than you. He has assembled the strongest army in the universe. He has begun to conquer the universe. I have joined him. My friend, you are so powerful. Why you ever stay in a small place like Earth? Come with me. As long as you are willing to follow him, he will never treat you unfairly." Zheng Bin mentioned something unrelated. "By the way, do you think the hammer I gave you is still useful?" "It's useful, especially useful." "Really? An A-level treasure has been turned into this inferior appearance by you. It's rare that you think it's useful." The silly smile on Thor's face was restrained. "You found it. Do you know what your biggest flaw is? It's not the hammer. It's that Thor will never be willing to be a dog for others." "Loki." Thor's face turned back to the face of the god of lies, and his clothes changed accordingly. "Dog? That depends on who you are. If you reject me, you will regret it." Loki's attitude is very arrogant, completely different from the young wife's appearance before. "What gives you confidence and makes you—" Zheng Bin didn't finish his words. His eyes swept to his right hand, and his eyes widened. The familiar pattern turned out to be Command Seal. Loki smiled and raised his hand, showing Zheng Bin the back of his hand. "You really know what this is?" Zheng Bin immediately condensed a sword in his hand and waved it at Loki, who knew that Loki's appearance here was just an illusion, and his sword chopped into the air. This illusion was so real that even Siegfried's perception ability didn't notice that it was fake. Loki smiled, and his illusion gradually disappeared. "I already know what your ability is. Don't worry, we will meet soon." System: why does the character have a command spell? Can he command a heroic spirit now? To the host, it may be because the other party also has magic power. Although it is not in the same system, the heroic spirit can also use his magic power. Can you find out? Which heroic spirit is the other party's servant? Sorry, I can't sense it. He counted the heroic spirit cards he had now. 9 of them were drawn by drawing cards, and 4 were collected. The system said before that as long as you draw cards 10 times, you can open the summoning system. As long as the summoning is turned on, you will have an extra helper in the future battles. System, are there any card drawing tasks to do recently? This is the first time Zheng took the initiative to ask for a task, and the system was very happy when he heard it. Host, wait a moment. I'll help you find a caretaker. Host, issue a mission. Rescue Wanda Maximov and Pietro Maximov. Reward, 1 chance to draw a card. Scarlet, Witch and Quicksilver? At this time, they haven't attained the ability yet. They are just ordinary people. They are now in the war zone of Serbia. Okay. Zheng accepted the coordinates transmitted by the system and changed the card to Conquer King. Is a must for going out. He went in the direction of Italy. At this time, Zheng desire for the summoning system became stronger. Just when he decided to equip Siegfried for a long time, he was interrupted by the mission. Now, he can only equip Siegfried after the cooling is over. If there's a summoning system, this problem will naturally be solved. He has several riders in his card library, so he doesn't have to use the Conqueror King every time he goes out in the future. He can also summon Francis Drake to accompany him. The Shenwei wheel arrived at the destination in the blink of an eye. At the moment, Serbia has become a ruin, and many corpses are lying on the ground. Some are killed by bullets, and some are hit by falling rocks. The various ways of death made people deeply feel the cruelty of war. Civilians hid under the ruins and cried and prayed. At this time, the Shenwei will slowly landed in the refugee area in the air, and the refugees were frightened and stepped back when they saw it. A man slowly walked down from the mysterious car among the crowd. He looked as handsome as a god, and the red flag fluttered gently in the sun, as bright as a flame. Many people became excited from the panic at the beginning. Some people even regarded him as a god and knelt on the ground to pray to him. According to the system's prompts, Zheng found the Maximov siblings among the refugees. Although their faces were covered with dust and their clothes were tattered, but their outstanding appearance was still very conspicuous, and their temperament was unique, which made Zheng see the two people at a glance. Especially Wanda Maximov, her beauty and good figure, could not be covered even by the dirty clothes on her body, especially at this moment, when all the refugees knelt on the ground. Only the two siblings stood up, looking at Zheng with indifference. Wanda Maximov's cold eyes seemed to shine in such a chaotic environment. Zheng saw the situation on the scene and knew that it was impossible to take only the two siblings away. The best way is to help them win this war against terrorists. After winning, the lives of the two siblings will naturally not be threatened. Release! The King's Army. Tens of thousands of heroes appeared out of thin air and gathered outside the shelter. Zheng walked forward and pushed open the door of the shelter. The refugees saw the densely packed soldiers in ancient costumes standing outside to the door, and there was a commotion. Zheng ordered the army in front of him. Help me win this battle. Strangle all the evildoers. Bring the innocent people who are still alive back here. Tens of thousands of people shouted yes at the same time. This sound resounded to the sky and also awakened the enemy. Many terrorists heard the noise and ran towards the shelter. When they ran halfway, they saw a dense crowd of people standing in front of them, and each of these people seemed to have a special momentum. So they turned around and ran back. But they didn't run far before they were killed by the heroes chasing behind them. Tens of thousands of heroes shuttled through the city and killed terrorists directly. If they heard someone calling for help, they would go forward to rescue. Soon, there were fewer and fewer terrorists in the city until they were all wiped out, and the number of refugees rescued in front of the shelter was increasing. Many refugees saw their relatives being rescued, rushed up to hug each other, and cried bitterly. When the sun set in the west, the king's army could no longer find anyone to rescue in the city, and Zheng took back the treasure. Ding! Congratulations to the host, complete the task, and get one card draw. Zheng released the Shenwei wheel and sat on it. At the moment, the refugees who found that he was leaving all surrounded him and knelt on the ground. The survivors were lined up densely, all kneeling on the ground, kneeling in front of him, which looked very spectacular. Zheng found that Maximo and his sister were among them. He waved at everyone and drove away on the Shenwei wheel. The people on the ground saw their god streaking through the sky like a meteor and then disappeared. Zheng Bin, who returned home, released the Conqueror King status. Host, do you want to draw a card? Yes. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained Queen Maeve, level 5 stars, class rider jockey. Do you want to equip it? No. It has been collected in the Heroic Spirit Library. Congratulations to the host. You have drawn 10 cards. The summoning system is turned on. From today, the host is a master. Do you want to start summoning now? Zheng Bin has been waiting for this day for a long time, and he can't wait to answer yes. Host, before summoning a heroic spirit, I need to tell you some rules. You can only summon one heroic spirit at a time, and a heroic spirit can only stay in the real world for a week at most. Just like transformation, summon heroic spirit cards also have a cooldown time. The cooldown time is 96 hours. Which heroic spirit do you want to summon now? Zheng Bin looked at the heroic spirit cards unfolded in front of him, and suddenly he had difficulty making a decision. He thought for a long time before making a decision. Help me summon Altria. This was the second card he drew. Altria, the king of the Huns. Okay, host, please recite the summoning spell. Unlike the transformation, this time, a circle appeared in front of Zheng Bin, filled with complex patterns. A strong wind blew, ruffling his hair. After the circle in front of him emitted a burst of light, a figure slowly condensed in the middle, and a command spell slowly appeared on the back of Zheng Bin's hand. The system reminded him in his mind, Host, because you have the magic support of the entire Chaldea, the heroic spirits you summon can exert their greatest strength. The command spell on the arm has an absolute command effect on the heroic spirit, but there are only 3 chances. If the 3 chances are used up, the heroic spirit will automatically return to the heroic spirit library and can be summoned again after the cooldown ends. Although Zheng Bin knew that Altria was very beautiful when he saw the image of the card when he drew it, but when the flat character appeared in reality and became 3-dimensional, he found that she looked 100 times more beautiful than he thought. The delicate luster on her wheat-colored skin matched with the white-line tattoos on her abdomen and limbs made her body look very sexy under this color contrast. She wore a very revealing outfit on her slender figure, and at first glance, it looked like she was only wearing white underwear. A long white veil was draped over her silver-white long hair. She looked very cold, and people dared not approach her. The ruby-like eyes were motionless and reflected a bright luster. At the moment these eyes were looking at Zheng Bin, she walked over slowly, stood in front of Zheng Bin, and looked up at him. Her skin was so good, without any pores, just like a porcelain doll. Could it be because of the heroic spirit? Zheng Bin was lost in thought as he looked at Altria. Are you my master? Yes. Then does the master want to kill anyone? No. Then does the master want to destroy something? No. Altria's cold face showed some confusion. Then why did the master summon me? I can't do anything except killing and destroying. Zheng Bin smiled. For the time being, you don't need to do anything, just stay by my side. Altria opened her eyes slightly. This was the first time she heard someone say such words to her. Then she nodded firmly. I understand. Zheng Bin looked at Altria's clothes with some embarrassment, although it was very pleasing to the eye. If she went out like this, she might be regarded as a pervert. Altria, can you change your clothes? Clothes that are more suitable for our world. Okay, master. Altria saw the cover of an expired entertainment magazine on the table. The cover showed a photo of a famous Hollywood good girl who was caught having an affair with a married man. Altria's clothes changed the style of the girl on the cover. A white dress that was just above the knee, revealing her slender calves. The silver-white veil also disappeared, replaced by a pearl headband. Zheng Bin felt that Altria was really the most suitable girl to wear white that he had ever seen. The wheat-colored skin and white really match well. He looked at her with appreciation for a few more times and praised, It suits you very well, Altria. Thank you. Altria blushed and said softly. Altria also liked this dress very much. She liked everything that made her look more like a girl. After hearing Zheng Bin's praise, She felt as if her inner secret had been discovered. She couldn't help but show a shy expression, breaking her cold image at the beginning. Heroic spirits don't need to sleep. So after Zheng went back to his room to sleep, Altria sat cross-legged at his door to guard him. The next day, as soon as Zheng walked out of the room, he saw Altria sitting on the floor like a puppy. She was looking at him innocently with her bright red eyes, very cute. Zheng couldn't help but bend down and rub her soft white hair. "Why are you sitting here? Didn't I let you move freely? It's okay if you want to go out and play." Altria showed a puzzled look. "Go out and play?" Zheng knew her life from the card and felt very sympathetic to her life that was like a machine when she was alive. So he made an invitation. "It's a holiday today. I'll take you out to play. I'll go wherever the master goes." Altria showed a small smile at the corner of her mouth, and it disappeared quickly, but it was still caught by Zheng. He smiled secretly in his heart, but he remained calm on the surface. After a little cleaning, he took Altria out. Gwen can be regarded as a top beauty among ordinary people. Zheng and her often peeped at by passers-by when they walk on the street. When the person next to him changed to Altria, the eyes of passers-by became more fiery. As a heroic spirit like Altria, her appearance and looks are superior to ordinary people. It is no exaggeration to say that her beauty is more than 10 times better than Gwen. The contradiction between her beautiful girlish appearance and her attractive aura makes her look particularly tempting. Many people have their eyes on this handsome man and beautiful woman. Some people even turn their heads to look at them a few more times after walking to the front. Many people are muttering in their hearts that these two people are too perfect to be human. Could they be aliens? In a sense, they guessed right. Zheng didn't care about the eyes of passers-by. He had long been accustomed to the feeling of being noticed. However, Altria was still a little uncomfortable. "Am I wearing something too strange? Why don't I just be invisible?" Zheng smiled. Altria's lack of confidence is also her cuteness. "No, you are really cute in this way." Altria couldn't help blushing when she heard this compliment and followed Zheng footsteps. Host, issue a mission, kill Captain Marvel. Reward, 2 chances to draw a card. What? Zheng was shocked. "Didn't you say last time that she was a plot character and stopped me from killing her? Captain Marvel has been blackened, and her ability after blackening is several times higher than before. If she is not eliminated, she will pose a threat to humanity." Where is she now? The system transmitted the coordinates to Zheng brain. London. Zheng Conquer King card is still cooling down. If he goes far away, he must summon a rider to take him there. He took Altria into a hidden alley. "Sorry, it seems that the promise to take you out to play can only be fulfilled next time." Altria's eyes flashed with disappointment, and she nodded, "I understand." Her figure gradually disappeared. "System, help me summon Francis Freck." "Got it." The light in the alley lit up, and a red-haired woman appeared in a circular magic pattern circle. "Master." The red-haired woman smiled brightly when she saw Zheng rushed over and hugged him tightly. Zheng was caught off guard by the softness, and after reacting, he gently supported the other's shoulders and pushed her away slightly. "Ah." Francis Drake showed a mischievous look on his face. "Master, when you transformed into me, didn't you touch me? Why are you shy now?" After saying that, he hugged her tightly again. Zheng asked in his heart, "System, this Francis is too enthusiastic. Altria was not like this when she came out." Reply to the host, "This is because the host has equipped her card before, and your souls have been integrated together. So she has the highest favorability to the host after being summoned. Then the other cards." Zheng thought of Gilgamesh, Solomon, and others who he had equipped before, and they would not be like this at that time. A chill. The highest favorability of female cards, a male host, is love, and the highest favorability of male cards is friendship. Zheng was relieved. He cleared his throat uncomfortably. "Do you have any memory of when I equipped you before?" "Yes, but the master only equipped it once and never used my card again. I was so lonely." As he said that, he hugged her tighter, and the pressure on his upper body became heavier. Zheng said helplessly, "I summoned you for a serious matter. Let's finish it first. Okay. Francis let go readily. After I finish it, I will hug the master slowly, slowly. The golden deer was floating in the sky, moving at full speed toward the direction of London. Zheng equipped the card of the first emperor on the boat. Master, you look so handsome when you are equipped with the heroic spirit. Francis praised beside him. But I like your original appearance the most. The soul of the master is unique in this world. Zheng, who had already integrated the character of the first emperor, glanced at Francis proudly and ignored her. The golden deer soon arrived in London and stayed above the coordinates given by the system. Wow, it's really tragic. Francis sighed on the side. At the moment, the city of London was in a mess. Many buildings collapsed, and people were screaming and running on the streets. Many strange-looking humanoid creatures were sweeping the ground with high-tech weapons, while Iron Man and Captain America were fighting these creatures on the ground to protect civilians. A cloud made of mercury formed under Zheng's feet, supporting his body and slowly descending from the golden deer. Francis shrugged, jumped down, and stood firmly on the ground. Mr. Stark, Mr. Zheng is here too. What? Tony Stark turned his head to look for Zheng and just saw an alien standing not far behind Zheng, raising his weapon and trying to shoot him. Be careful, Tony Stark shouted, and immediately flew toward Zheng. At the moment, a red-haired, hot woman fell from the air to the ground, took out a musket, and killed the alien behind Zheng. This outfit, hot body, and scars on the face all made Tony Stark feel very familiar. It's just that this woman's face is completely different from the previous gender-transformed version of Zheng, very beautiful and charming. Tony Stark's smart head figured out at once. He guessed that this one should be the real owner. Before, Zheng inherited the other's ability, so his appearance also changed accordingly. Francis Drake held a musket in each hand, and after eliminating all the aliens around Zheng, he stood beside him. Zheng stood there with an arrogant and indifferent look from beginning to end without moving. Master, what should we do next? Find Captain Marvel. At this time, Captain America also gathered around them, and after hearing this, he asked, Why are you looking for her? The two of them had knocked down the shield building before. Zheng disdained to explain anything to them, and flew away directly on the silver cloud. Francis quickly got on the golden deer and followed him. Stark, you follow them and keep in touch. Natasha Romanoff and I are here to clean up these monsters on the ground. Tony Stark nodded and left. Captain Marvel ran to the suburbs of London, and Zheng followed him according to the system's positioning. Captain Marvel was seen standing in a sunken pit, and the buildings around the pit had all collapsed and turned into a pile of rubble. At the moment, she was looking at Zheng in the air with a gloomy face. Even Tony Stark could tell something was wrong with this look. Wow, this girl looks like a villain now. He remembered that Captain Marvel used to look quite positive, always with confident and sunny look. Could it be that the broken leg was too much of a blow, causing her personality to change? Host, I detected the breath of a heroic spirit in her body. She has been in contact with a heroic spirit before. Have you found it on Earth? No. It seems that this heroic spirit is in the universe again. Captain Marvel had a new leg reattached to the place where her leg was broken before, but because it was covered by trousers, it was hard to tell whether her leg was original or what material it was made of. She looked at Zheng and sneered. Why are you standing still? You owe me a leg before, so pay it back with your life. As soon as she finished speaking, she rushed toward Zheng. Francis stopped Captain Marvel. A woman like you is not worthy of being close to the master. She fired a shot at Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel dodged sideways. Where'd you come from? Be **H. In this case, I will kill you first. Then she rushed towards Francis. Francis dodged Captain Marvel's attack and kept firing with both hands, but Captain Marvel dodged them all. Tony Stark heard that Captain Marvel came back to seek revenge on Zheng and joined the battle. But within a few minutes, she knocked him to the ground with a punch, fainted, and the mecha was scrapped. Francis saw that his gun was dodged, and he smiled excitedly. She was a pirate, and her adventurous nature was fully stimulated. Release, Golden Deer, and Stormy Night. A wooden boat appeared in the air, and the cannons on the boats were aimed at Captain Marvel. All the cannons fired at the same time, and all the firepower was concentrated on her. Frances laughed heartily, and now it depends on how you can dodge. The next second, her laughter stopped abruptly, and she showed an unbelievable expression. Captain Marvel was faster than the cannonballs, and had a stronger force, and directly used her body to scatter the lasers fired by the cannons. Her body shuttled between the wooden boats, smashing all of them. Then she rushed towards Francis. Who is this person? He is even stronger than her, a 5-star hero. Francis quickly raised his musket, but it was too late. Captain Marvel was already in front of him. A silver wall instantly condensed in front of Francis, blocking Captain Marvel's fist and making a deafening sound. Captain Marvel changed the direction of attack, and several walls appeared out of thin air, covering Francis tightly. Seeing this scene, Captain Marvel seemed to have lost his mind and kept attacking the mercury walls. But the walls were not damaged by her strong attack. Zheng mind moved, and a silver hand suddenly appeared in the middle of the mercury wall, tightly holding Captain Marvel's wrist. Then more mercury turned into hands, holding all her limbs, preventing her from moving. She struggled like crazy. "Let me go. Let me go immediately." Zheng looked at Captain Marvel's eyes that glowed like light bulbs and the hideous expression on her face and realized her mental state was not right. According to the experience of fighting her last time after equipping Gilgamesh, it should not be so easy to deal with her, especially after Blacken. Her energy increased several times. This further shows that Captain Marvel's state is problematic. It is very simple for Zheng to kill her now to complete the task. But he still cares about what the system said, that he sensed the breath of the heroic spirit in her. It's not too late to kill her after getting the words out. He used the system to call Francis Drake back to Kaku and summon Tong Yao. A little girl in Lolita clothing appeared, and when she saw Zheng face, she immediately showed an angry expression. "Why did you call me out? Go into her consciousness and help me find the whereabouts of the heroic spirits she has contacted." "I don't want to help you." Tong Yao put her hands on her waist and shouted to Zheng Bin. Zheng Bin didn't waste time talking to her. "I order you in the name of the command spell. Go into Captain Marvel's consciousness and find the whereabouts of the heroic spirits she has contacted." Tong Yao felt the restraint in her body, and no matter how reluctant she was, she had to obey. She turned into a ray of light and entered Captain Marvel's consciousness. Captain Marvel closed his eyes and fell asleep. After a while, Tong Yao came out with a smile. "Her memory is all darkness and chaos. I can't detect it. Can you eliminate it?" "No." Tong Yao's big eyes were full of cunning, and Zheng saw at a glance that she was lying. "Yes, host, but it is not recommended. Every heroic spirit is a precious treasure of our Chaldea. Tell me how to destroy heroic spirit cards." The host has just guessed it. That is, to use the command spell to destroy them. The destroyed heroic spirits will be erased from the host's card library. Zheng wrote down this method. There are some heroic spirits in his card library that cannot transform and have a grudge when they were collected. If they cause unnecessary trouble after being summoned, it is better to destroy them directly. This time, Tong Yao took much longer than before. After she came out again, she said to Zheng, "Hey, I have cleared the chaos in her consciousness, but I didn't find any trace of the heroic spirit. It may be that the contact time was too short and did not leave an impression on her, or it may be that she has never been in contact at all. Anyway, I can't find anything." Zheng nodded, indicating that he knew. The task of killing Captain Marvel has been completed. The number of card draws has been obtained twice. Captain Marvel is still alive. How can the task be completed? Zheng asked the system in his heart. Return to the host. The mission to kill Captain Marvel is to kill her, who will bring disaster to mankind after killing Blacken. Now that her Blacken has been eliminated, the mission can be considered completed. Captain Marvel groaned and woke up slowly. When she found that her limbs were trapped, she regained consciousness instantly. She saw Zheng standing in front of her in the scene around her, and her face began to show a look of pain. It is obvious that although her consciousness was eroded by darkness, She still retained her previous memories. Recalling what she had done before, a string of tears dripped from her eyes. Oh my God, what did I do? Although Captain Marvel was crying hoarsely over there, Zheng Bin didn't care and interrupted her coldly. Who have you contacted before? Zheng Bin still couldn't forget the breath of the heroic spirit on her body. Captain Marvel recalled. I brought Galaxy Glaze the dwarf before and asked him to make a prosthesis that suits me best. When the agreed time comes, I will go to Nidwir to pick it up. After I installed the prosthesis, dwarf, who took my order, said that there were places on my leg that needed to be modified, and came over to help me adjust it. Captain Marvel remembered something, opened his eyes wide, and said he was holding a scepter with blue light in his hand. This scepter touched my heart. I had an idea. I want to destroy the Earth. I want to kill you for revenge. Captain Marvel's eyes became fierce. This is obviously not my real idea. It's that dwarf. He must have a problem. Zheng Bin thought that should not be dwarf, but the god of lies Loki, and that scepter is the mind gem he saw in the movie in his previous life. It was he who transformed into the appearance of dwarf and brainwashed Captain Marvel with the mind gem, giving the command spell on Loki's hand. It seems that Captain Marvel's aura of a hero is also due to contact with Loki. Now that the matter has been clarified and the mission has been completed, Zheng Bin has no need to stay. He asked the system to recall the nursery rhyme, recited the spell again, and summoned the Conqueror King. Captain Marvel, whose movements were restricted, watched the whole process of Zheng Bin's summoning. Zheng Bin raised his right hand, facing the ground with his palm, and recited a complicated sentence. A glowing circular pattern appeared on the ground. After a gust of wind blew, a tall and strong red-haired man slowly condensed in the middle of the pattern. Captain Marvel could feel the aura of a strong man as soon as he saw this man. This person is very strong, almost comparable to Zheng Bin. Ha ha ha, Master, you finally summoned me. I'm looking forward to seeing you. The King of Conquerors strode over and wanted to pat Zheng Bin on the shoulder, but he dodged by turning sideways. Zheng Bin frowned at the king of the alien race in front of him, trying his best to suppress the displeasure from the first emperor. Seeing Zheng Bin's reaction, the King of Conquerors touched his chin and thought, it seems at this time you're also equipped with an emperor. Send me back. Zheng Bin didn't want to talk to him more, so he gave the order directly. The King of Conquerors smiled and didn't care about Zheng Bin's attitude. He summoned the God Wheel to send Zheng Bin home. After Zheng Bin left for a while, Captain America and others had to start the satellite to locate Tony Stark because they kept calling him on the intercom, but there was no response. Captain America and Black Widow Natasha Romanoff ran over to rescue him. When he approached, he saw that Tony Stark's mecha had fallen to the ground. Captain America quickly pried open Tony Stark's mask and sniffed his breath. He's still alive. Natasha Romanoff breathed a sigh of relief when she heard it. Then she saw Captain Marvel, whose limbs were bound by silver objects not far away. Captain America also looked in the direction of her line of sight. I can tell at a glance that it was Zheng Bin's work. Captain America said affirmatively. Natasha Romanoff smiled slightly and said, yes. At the moment, the restraints on Captain Marvel gradually became spirits and finally disappeared. Captain America and Natasha Romanoff saw it and quickly stood up and took a fighting posture to be on guard. Captain Marvel, who had regained his freedom, had no intention of attacking. He just looked around blankly and finally said to Captain America, all this was caused by me. The reason why the restraints on Captain Marvel disappeared was that Zheng Bin had returned home and removed the equipment of the first emperor. Zheng Bin, who had regained his personality, showed a friendly smile to the Conqueror King, who was curiously exploring the room. I am also looking forward to meeting you, King of Conquerors. After hearing this, the King of Conquerors smiled and patted Zheng Bin on the shoulder. Master, your soul is the most powerful I have ever seen. No wonder Chaldea chose you. Regarding the soul, Zheng Bin heard something similar from Francis not long ago. So he asked, can all of you heroic spirits see my soul? The King of Conquerors replied, servants like us who have been equipped by you have personally touched your soul and can naturally feel your power. As for other servants who have not touched it, they can also feel it faintly. If it is not a person with a strong soul, after being equipped with powerful 5-star heroic spirits like us, it is very likely that the soul will be devoured and completely assimilated by the heroic spirit, and finally become our projection in the real world. But Master, you can not only retain your consciousness, but also suppress us. If you can make good use of the power of the soul, you will definitely become a more powerful existence than our heroic spirit. Zheng showed a thoughtful expression. Use the power of the soul? The King of Conquerors strongly requested that he did not want to return to the heroic spirit library so soon and wanted to play in the real world for a few more days. Zheng thought it was okay, so he gave him 10,000 US dollars. These are the currencies we use now. You can use this money to buy whatever you want to eat these days. Ha ha ha! You are really worthy of being master. You are so thoughtful. Zheng himself has a lot of things to do, such as studying and making money, and he has no time to keep an eye on the King of Conquerors. After explaining some of the rules and precautions of this world to him, he was allowed to move freely. Captain Marvel has been taken back to the SHIELD headquarters, although there is nothing on Earth that can trap her. But Nick Fury still has to pretend to be full and put her in the interrogation room. What happened? Why did you invade the Earth? Captain Marvel repeated what she and Zheng said over and over again. You don't seem to be such a careless person. How could you be so easily fooled? Captain Marvel smiled bitterly. You also know that since I lost the last battle with Zheng, I have been in a bad state. What about the aliens? After I was controlled, I contacted a cosmic race called Chitauri and agreed to transport one of their spaceships to Earth and work with them to destroy the Earth. Nick Fury sighed. Fortunately, the number of aliens you brought is not large, and the situation is now under control. However, many civilians were killed and injured. I am willing to bear the punishment. I will try my best to help you plead with Congress. After that, Nick Fury got up and left. After returning to his office, Nick Fury's phone rang. Tony Stark is still recuperating in the hospital. Captain Marvel's attack caused great damage to him. Fortunately, the titanium alloy of the steel battlesuit blocked it. Otherwise, he would have died. But even so, he still had multiple fractures and a moderate concussion. He has been ordered by Pepper Potts to rest in the hospital. But he is also a person who can't sit still. Even though he was lying on the hospital bed dizzy because of the concussion, he still asked Pepper Potts to help him connect a video call with Nick Fury. As soon as the call was connected, Nick Fury's face appeared on the screen. Tony Stark immediately smiled widely. What do you think? I told you a long time ago that my son is a good man, right? You see, this incident is almost over. It's definitely his credit. Nick Fury looked at Tony Stark, who was trying to take credit expressionlessly. I don't know who it is. He fainted at the beginning and couldn't help at all. Ha, what does it matter? Anyway, my son has solved all the problems. Nick Fury was too lazy to listen to Tony Stark bragging about how powerful Zheng was, and hung up the phone without mercy. Ever since Zheng gave the Conqueror King money and let him move freely, he has never seen the Conqueror King again. But Zheng didn't care. The Conqueror King was strong, and no one in the world could be his opponent. He didn't worry about what would happen to the servant. Today he made an appointment with Peter Parker to have dinner at May's newly opened restaurant. Since Peter Parker followed Zheng to trade stocks and made a lot of money, he asked May to quit her hard job and have a good rest at home. But May worked so hard for Peter Parker for so many years, and suddenly she was free, which made her very uncomfortable. So Peter Parker had to give May some money and let her start a business. May chose to open a restaurant. She had worked in the restaurant for so many years, and she was very familiar with the catering industry. Although she was not good at cooking, she could still be a manager. When Zheng and Peter Parker arrived at the restaurant, it was dinner time. There were so many people coming to eat that all the seats were full. The two finally found an empty table to sit down. Then they heard a voice from the booth next door. "Brother, this restaurant tastes good. You should eat some too." "Yes, especially as pasta. It's super delicious." A deep male voice sounded. "Ha ha ha. No, you guys eat." Zheng heard this familiar voice and quickly stood up and looked over. Conqueror King. It's you, master. Are you coming to eat too? Conqueror King looked at him with cheerful face, as if meeting here was a common thing. Zheng Bin looked at the 5 or 6 people surrounding the Conqueror King. These people were all fierce and strong men. Some of them had tattoos, and they looked like they were not easy to mess with. Recalling that these people were calling the Conqueror King Big Brother just now, Zheng Bin was really speechless. What are you doing recently? Zheng Bin complained. You are not still thinking about conquering the world, are you? The Conqueror King laughed. That's definitely it. This is my greatest pleasure. These people are the new soldiers I recruited in this world. Later, my army will definitely have more and more people. Okay, you can have fun by yourself. Because he had equipped the Conqueror King before, Zheng Bin could understand the Conqueror King's ambitions very well, and did not stop him, allowing him to play freely. But sometimes I need to summon other heroes, which may interrupt your plan to conquer the world. What does it matter? The Conqueror King pointed at Zheng Bin in front of his men and said, This is my master. When I'm not here, all of you must listen to the master and let him lead you. Yes, big brother. Everyone shouted together. The voice was very loud, attracting the attention of others. Hey! Zheng Bin was helpless, and finally said, Okay. Anyway, looking at the current scale of the Conqueror King, there are only 2 or 3 kittens. So it doesn't matter if you agree. After Zheng Bin returned to the original table and sat down, Peter Parker asked, Are they your friends? Yeah. Because of the mutation, Peter Parker's ears became very sensitive. He just heard Zheng Bin and the strongest man at the table talking about conquering the world. He felt a little uneasy, but out of trust in his friend, he didn't say much. Finally, after dinner with Zheng Bin, they went back to the apartment together. Zheng Bin originally rented the apartment he lives in, but after he made money from stock trading, he bought it. However, since he knew that Peter Parker had mutated into Spider-Man, he felt that living in this apartment was very inconvenient. First of all, Peter Parker's hearing and sixth sense had become very sharp, living next door to him. Sometimes he could easily be discovered by him when he transformed or summoned. Secondly, Spider-Man as a superhero was doing justice everywhere. Now he was shining in New York and had attracted the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. Now he felt that his apartment was under surveillance again. It should be S.H.I.E.L.D. who sent people to monitor Peter Parker. This feeling made him very unhappy. So after thinking it over again, he decided to move out of this apartment. He planned to buy a single-family house in the suburbs of New York, which would be more convenient for him to move. Although he hadn't bought a car yet, he didn't need to worry about inconvenient transportation. As long as the heroic spirit system is equipped, even the heroic spirit with the worst agility will be much faster than a car. Zheng Bin is very active. Just after making the decision, he has found a house that suits his taste and is ready to move out in a few days. Zheng Bin summoned the Conqueror King back, packed all the luggage, hung it on the Shinwei wheel, and moved home in one day. Bin, you must take good care of yourself when you live alone. Come back to see us more often. May said reluctantly. They have known Zheng Bin and his mother for more than 10 years and have become like family members. Zheng Bin moved away without any warning, and May, who was completely unprepared, felt very sad. Don't worry, May. You can come to my house as a guest in the future. Zheng Bin hugged May. Brother, take care of yourself. Peter Parker also gave Zheng Bin a hug. After saying goodbye to the two, Zheng Bin left the apartment where he had lived for more than 10 years and went to his new home. After Zheng Bin moved to his new home, he remembered that he had not used the 2 card drawing opportunities he had obtained after completing the Captain Marvel character last time. He immediately summoned the system and prepared to draw cards. Congratulations to the host. You have drawn Holmes, level 5 stars, class ruler. Congratulations to the host. You have drawn Arthur Pendragon, level 5 stars, class saber. This time, 2 male cards were drawn. Zheng Bin looked at the life stories and ability introductions of these 2 heroes and felt very satisfied, especially Arthur Pendragon. He has a peaceful personality and strong ability. In addition to Siegfried, this card is also very suitable for his daily equipment. Zheng Bin heard the doorbell ring at home, put the 2 heroes' cards back into the card library, and went to open the door. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a beautiful blonde girl who looked like a real person appeared at the door. Even though Zheng Bin had seen many beautiful women, he was still stunned when he saw this girl for the first time. This girl can be regarded as the most beautiful human he has ever seen in the world. Girls have long been accustomed to men being stunned when they see them. Sure enough, even a handsome man in front of her could not escape her charm. She smiled seductively and said, "I heard that someone moved in here, so I came to say hello." She pointed to a small villa not far away and said, "That's my house." At the moment, Zheng Bin had returned to normal. His daze just now was just because he was surprised that there was someone in the world whose beauty could catch up with the level of Yingling. He had no other thoughts about this girl. He nodded politely. "Hello, I'm Zheng Bin." The girl was a little surprised to see Zheng Bin's calm appearance, and a hint of interest flashed in her eyes. She raised her hand and wanted to shake hands with Zheng Bin. "Hello, I'm Emma Frost." Emma Frost blinked. "New neighbor, why don't you invite me in to sit for a while?" Zheng Bin was completely unmoved and said, "If you are a psychic mutant, I suggest you don't use your ability on me." Zheng Bin is now equipped with the Seed-Free card for a long time. The perception ability of the heroic spirit makes him realize that the girl's aura is different from that of ordinary people, but is very similar to mutants he has met before. He didn't know what the girl's mutant ability was, but seeing that the other party was trying so hard to seduce him, he still reminded her. After hearing this, Emma Frost was not angry at all, but her eyes lit up. "Are you also a mutant?" She closed her eyes and felt it for a while, then opened her eyes and looked at Zheng Bin in confusion. "I don't feel that you are the same kind. The power in you is more powerful and mysterious than that of a mutant. What are you?" Zheng Bin did not answer, but just said, "Anyway, just remember what I said to you. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, it will be your own fault." After saying this, he walked into the house and closed the door. The next morning, Zheng Bin went out to go to school. As soon as he walked out of the house, he saw a white sports car parked outside his yard. Emma Frost was sitting in the car, wearing sunglasses, waiting for him. When she saw Zheng Bin coming out, she greeted him. "Hi, Bin. Are you going to the city? Do you want to take my car?" Emma Frost got up early and dressed up to go out with Zheng Bin today. After hearing Zheng Bin's warning yesterday, she didn't dare to take the risk and use the telepathy ability on him. But her ability is not limited to telepathy. As Zheng Bin is so close to her home, she can also sense what Zheng Bin is doing in her own home. After she finished dressing up, she waited at home. When she found that Zheng Bin was about to go out, she drove the car over. Since someone was sending him, there was no need to run all the way back to school. Zheng Bin said, "Thank you," and sat in the passenger seat without hesitation. On the way to the city, Emma Frost kept looking for topics to talk about, hoping to get to know Zheng Bin better. "Bin, where are you getting off?" "Empire State University." Emma Frost said in surprise, "My school is the State University of New York. The two schools are very close." "Yeah." Hearing Zheng Bin's indifferent response, Emma Frost continued, "Then I can often visit your school to play with you in the future." "Yeah." "Then it's a deal." Emma Frost showed a sly smile. The latest white sports car stopped directly in front of the school gate, attracting the attention of many students. When they saw the person in the convertible sports car, clearly there was an uproar. The person in the co-pilot seat was a celebrity of their school, Zheng Bin, and the girl next to him was definitely not from their school. Because if such a beauty was from the same school as them, they would definitely know who she was. Zheng Bin naturally felt the gazes of others, but he didn't care about it and prepared to open the car door and get out. "Won't you give me a kiss before you leave?" Emma Frost looked at her charmingly. Zheng Bin just said goodbye and got out of the car. The girls in the school were desperate, although they all knew that Zheng Bin had a girlfriend. Although the plaid Stacy was also a great beauty, there were many girls of the same level in their school. They all still felt that they had hope until a girl driving the sports car appeared today. She had a perfect figure that could drive men all over the world crazy, and her exquisite elf-like appearance and the charm of her every move. Many girls backed off and were ready to give up. Zheng Bin felt that today was the quietest day since he came to this school. Those girls didn't come to disturb him, which made him relax a lot. For him who had installed a Siegfried card and had a super strong perception ability, those girls would rush over from time to time, and he was afraid that he would not be able to control his fighting instinct and directly take out the sword to chop them. Zheng Bin's rare, relaxing, and happy day was finally broken by a strange phone call. "Hello, do you know a man named Iskandar?" "Who are you?" "Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself first. I'm Eric Lencher." "So?" Zheng Bin was confused. "This person is very famous? Do you think I know who he is just by saying his name?" The other party was silent for a few seconds. Maybe he rarely met someone who would ask this question. He cleared his throat awkwardly and said again, "I am the leader of Mutant Brotherhood, Magneto." Zheng Bin suddenly realized that it was him. He had known the name Magneto when he watched a movie in his previous life. And in this life, this name is even more well known, one of the most dangerous mutants in the world. So famous that it often appears in the news. But when he just reported his name, Zheng Bin had never heard of it. So he reacted for a while. Although Zheng Bin was shocked, he still asked calmly on the phone, "What do you want to talk to Iskandar about?" "It's not convenient to talk on the phone. Let's talk in person." Zheng Bin went to the address sent by Magneto, a very famous restaurant in New York. Although it was dinner time, there were not many people in the restaurant when he walked in. Only Magneto sat at the table in the middle of the restaurant, waiting for Zheng Bin to arrive. And there were more than a dozen people standing behind him. Some people looked no different from ordinary people, while others were obviously mutants at first glance, with strange looks. Zheng Bin calmly walked over under everyone's gaze and sat opposite Magneto. I didn't expect Magneto to go out with such a grand ceremony. Magneto smiled elegantly. "I also heard a little about Mr. Zheng's previous battle with S.H.I.E.L.D. How can I come to see you without preparation?" Zheng Bin smiled. "I heard that Magneto dared to assassinate Zhong Tong, but I didn't expect him to be so cautious. To be honest, Mr. Zheng is far more dangerous than Zhong Tong. Not only can he seriously injure Omega-level mutants, but his subordinates also have superb abilities. Are you referring to Iskandar?" "Yes." Speaking of this person, Magneto frowned unhappily. "This person claims to be Alexander Great, and in just this month, he has poached 8 mutants from me. As far as I know, in addition to mutants, he has also recruited several gangs in New York City. What exactly does he want to do by recruiting troops in such a high-profile manner?" Magneto looked at Zheng Bin with sharp eyes. "Also, is it his own idea to do these things? Or—" Zheng Bin knew Magneto is doubting himself now. He is really wrong. He obviously has no interest in conquering the world. All this is just a result of the King of Conquerors' free play. He did not expect that the King of Conquerors could act so quickly. He gathered such a large group of people in such a short time. Is this the so-called charisma of a leader? Although the King of Conquerors has gathered so many people, it is very likely to cause trouble to Zheng Bin. But even so, it is not up to others to comment on what his servants do. Zheng Bin suddenly released the king's power, and the sudden pressure made Magneto and the people behind him change their faces. But after all, it is a mutant with strong ability, which is much stronger than ordinary people and underage mutants in enduring ability. Although everyone felt uncomfortable, they only secretly raised their guard and looked calm on the surface. If you want me to stop Istanbul today, I can tell you that it is impossible. And no matter what he does, he will get my support. If anyone attacks him, then he is my enemy. Hearing Zheng Bin's words, Magneto's face changed several times. This boy who had just reached adulthood and was young enough to be his son now looked full of majesty, which actually made him feel a little afraid. Originally, he asked Zheng Bin to come here today, and he did intend to let Zheng Bin stop the scandal. But now seeing the boy's awe-inspiring appearance, several thoughts ran through his mind quickly. Magneto laughed and said, "I don't mean to be hostile to you. I just thought that if your goal is to conquer the world, then our mutant brotherhood can also provide help." Magneto's smooth talk broke the tense atmosphere. Zheng Bin also smiled and put away his kingly attitude. "I am not very interested in conquering the world. If you are interested, you can communicate directly with Istanbul. If he is willing to cooperate with you, I have no objection. However, according to Istanbul's personality, compared with cooperation, it should be more likely to take Mutant Brotherhood under his command. I just don't know if Magneto is willing to be inferior to others. He thought about it and found the situation quite interesting. Zheng Bin and Magneto have reached an agreement on the surface, and the two are no longer on edge. Start to taste the food in this restaurant. While eating dinner, they chatted about some light topics. The longer they talked, the more surprised Magneto was. The knowledge and experience of the boy in front of him are definitely not what he can have at his age. No matter what the topic is, Zheng Bin can talk about it eloquently and have something to say. With such a powerful power and such a mind, even Magneto, who has always been at the top of mutant, couldn't help but feel a little jealous. However, more of it was admiration. At the end of the dinner, he said to Zheng Bin, "If you are willing to cooperate with our brotherhood, you have my mobile phone number." Okay. After Zheng Bin left, Magneto said to the people behind him, "You should contact Istanbul as soon as possible." Another detailed plan formed in his mind. Time passed quickly, and a few months passed. Today, Zheng Bin finally turned 18. This means that he can do more things. And Peter Parker and Plaid also finished their high school life not long ago and were admitted to Empire State University together. Peter Parker is studying in the Department of Bioengineering, which is his most interesting major, and Gwen is studying mechanical engineering. In the movie, Gwen and Peter Parker are studying the same major, and because they have something in common, their relationship develops so quickly. And now, because of the appearance of Zheng Bin, Gwen's mind has changed. She is still interested in bioengineering, but she hopes to help her boyfriend more. She knew how much Zheng Bin liked mechanical things. She hoped that she could learn more about this and have more common topics with Zheng Bin. For his birthday this year, Zheng Bin rejected Gwen's suggestion to have a birthday party. He just had a simple dinner with Peter Parker and Gwen from the same school at a restaurant near the school after school to celebrate. "Peter, I don't plan to trade stocks next. I will spend my time on other things." After nearly a year of stock trading, Zheng Bin now has a deposit of almost $60 million US. It was not bad to make some quick money by trading stocks when there was not much money before. But with the increase of capital, if he invests in the stock market again, it will become a matter of controlling stocks. And stock trading is too unchallenging for him, who already has the golden rule. This matter has become boring for Zheng Bin. "Definitely, brother." Peter Parker said sincerely, "I support you to do what you want to do." He has completely improved his life by buying stocks with Zheng Bin. He and May can now become middle class and have their own store, all thanks to Zheng Bin. He is not a greedy person. Although Zheng Bin's decision made him a little disappointed, but he was still full of gratitude. "So, what are you going to do now? Focus on your studies?" Peter Parker asked curiously. "No, I plan to start a company." "What?" Peter Parker was a little surprised. "What kind of company do you plan to open?" "In the mechanical industry, right?" Zheng Bin said, "You know, I've always been interested in this area." Zheng Bin's favorite is actually weapons manufacturing. But for him now, it is not realistic to open an arms company. The arms industry requires a lot of money and connections. The tens of millions he has now are far from meeting the standards. And not only does he have no connections, he also has a lot of enemies. The first to bear the brunt is S.H.I.E.L.D. The magnesium government must have a lot of opinions about him. For the time being, he can only consider other industries and accumulate some capital first, such as electrical manufacturing. Gwen was not surprised at all when she heard Zheng Bin's idea, and continued to cut the steak on the plate for Zheng Bin with a calm face. She already knew that Zheng Bin had this idea before, but she didn't expect him to act so quickly. Peter Parker showed a thoughtful expression. The other party is 1 year younger than him, and he already has such a clear goal. He also thought about his future. Zheng Bin has a strong sense of action. Since he announced that he was going to start a company at the dinner table, he started to prepare the next day. First, he registered a company. In the United States, many rich people like to put their surnames on the company name, like Stark, Hammer, Osborne. Zheng Bin's company is named Sun, because his mother's Wuxia name is Zheng Qingqing, and the word Qing also means sun and sunshine in English. Sun Industry, a company that will turn the earth and even the universe upside down in the future, was established. After registering the company, he also chose the address of the factory, which is in a small town near New York. The company had to invest too much money at the beginning, and he didn't have much money, so the scale of the first factory was relatively small. It can only be expanded gradually. After all the employees were ready, should an industrial manufacturing company officially started operations. Because the manufacturing of household appliances is too simple, there were only a few people in the R&D department at the beginning. The core figure of the R&D department is Zheng. He uses natural sensitivity to mechanics and Solomon's real wisdom to innovate and transform household appliances. In fact, when several employees of the R&D department first joined the company, they looked down on Zheng. They thought he was another rich second generation who came from nowhere and started a business with his family's money. If this company didn't pay several times more than other companies, they wouldn't come here at all. It wasn't until they made these imaginative appliances according to Zheng's drawings. They realized how powerful their boss was. Everyone in the R&D department has been working in the electrical appliance manufacturing industry for a long time. When they saw the samples, they knew how excellent these products were. Whether it is product performance or innovation, no company in the current market can compare. After a period of testing, the product can be put into mass production. At this time, Zheng began to feel that time was running out. Although he founded the company, he still had 2 majors that he had not graduated, and he had to go to school almost every day to take classes and earn credits. In addition, he has to attend various meetings at the company every day. Now that the product is about to be mass-produced, in addition to various problems in production, there are also later publicity, public relations, after-sales, and other work. Even though Zheng's body and brain are far superior to ordinary people, it is no problem to handle these things. But he doesn't have so much time. It seems that hiring a capable and reliable assistant should be put on the agenda. Look at Tony Stark, the richest man in the country of magnesium, who has such a large group and can still live so leisurely. In the past, he was throwing parties, picking up girls, and doing weapons research and development. Now he has an additional identity. Being a superhero, he can be so free and easy, isn't it because he found a good assistant? Zheng felt jealous when he thought about it. Let the company's human resources department quickly help him recruit a capable assistant with the potential to be a CEO. This candidate soon appeared. Zheng read through the 3 pages of densely written resume in his hand. Mr. Zheng, I wonder if I meet the standards of your assistant? The beautiful lady sitting opposite Zheng, with golden hair and wearing a white V-neck sweater, asked. Although Miss Frost has just graduated, her past experience is very rich and excellent. I believe that with this resume, you can knock on the doors of many listed companies. Why did you choose to come to our company? Emma Frost changed her previous coquettish attitude. During this interview, she looked very professional from beginning to end. Because I believe in Mr. Zheng's potential. Emma Frost smiled confidently. I have checked Mr. Zheng's previous information. I believe that under the leadership of a genius like Mr. Zheng, this company will definitely achieve extraordinary achievements. Complimented by such a beautiful woman, Zheng still looked very cold and did not feel proud at all. Ms. Frost, what is your mutant ability? Telepathy. You're accepted. The mutants with telepathy that Zheng knew were all the best among their kind, like Phoenix and Professor X, whom he had met before. Although he didn't know much about Emma Frost, he believed that this ability would definitely help him. Zheng had already decided to develop God industry to the universe. It would be much more convenient to have a mutant as an assistant than an ordinary person. Emma Frost showed a look of definitely after hearing what Zheng said. She had never considered the possibility of being rejected, and she was always confident in her abilities. Zheng's company was gradually getting on the right track, and everything was going very smoothly. On the other side of New York City, someone was furious because of all the bad things that had happened recently. You rubbish. You can't even find something when I ask you to check it. Jeanne angrily threw the things on the table at his men standing in front of him. His men watched the ceramic pen holder smashing at him, but they didn't dare to dodge and could only bear it. The pen holder smashed on his forehead, and his face was immediately covered with blood. He didn't bother to wipe it off, and hurriedly said, "Sorry, I will definitely find out the information of that man as soon as possible." Jeanne Bing, who has been in power for many years and has become the head of the most powerful group in magnesium, has not experienced this kind of aggrieved feeling for many years. First, his secret manufacturing factory was robbed one after another, causing him to miss the delivery date of several orders. Then, the men in several strongholds were poached and some of them were taken away. If the remaining people were not, because they had families and were worried that their families would be retaliated by Jeanne Bing, they might have run away with them. But this also made people lose their morale. Later, there were several conflicts with other forces, and the remaining people had no intention of fighting and lost a lot of territory. Now, all the evidence proves that the person who robbed his warehouse and the person who poached him are the same person. How could Jeanne Bing bear this tone? What's even more infuriating is that this person seemed to appear out of thin air in this world. He asked his men to check his information, but he couldn't find any information about him after a long time. Now Jeanne Bing doesn't even know what his ability is and how to deal with him. "Boss!" A subordinate hurriedly ran into Jeanne Bing's office. "Our hacker found a video of this man at the government of the country of Poppy. Hurry up and broadcast it." Jeanne Bing said impatiently. This video was taken by a roadside camera. The pixels are very poor, and it looks very blurry. In the middle, a tall and strong red-haired man is talking to a man wearing the ancient imperial court clothes of the Celestial Empire. Jeanne Bing's men pointed at the red-haired man and said, "Boss, it's him. He robbed our goods and people." Jeanne ignored him and stared at the other man closely. Although the video was blurry and the man's face was not clear, Jeanne Bing was impressed by the clothes he was wearing. "It's him." Zheng did not have sufficient funds in the early stage, so he could only choose one product to produce, and the production quantity was not large. The first product he chose was the smart refrigerator. Zheng computer skills have always been good. If he was asked to make a high-intelligence AI like JRVS, it might be difficult. But developing a low-intelligence product is not a difficult task for him. It only took him a few days to complete a complete intelligent system. This system is not only suitable for refrigerators, but also for all home appliances. After all, he will continue to produce other home appliances in addition to refrigerators, and then he can directly install the system. Zheng customer positioning for Shinai Industrial's home appliances is the middle class. The middle class is the main consumer force in the world, with a certain consumption ability and a large group. After Shinai Industrial smart refrigerators were all completed, Emma Frost began to promote them. Because Emma Frost owns telepathy, she knows very well what humans really want. With the understanding of human nature, he filmed promotional videos, placed advertisements on major TV channels and the internet, and used various marketing methods in turn. Jeanne Industries' smart refrigerator really became a hit. Because Jeanne Industry was just a small and unknown company, no supermarket was willing to cooperate with them. Zheng set up business outlets in several areas of New York. They were all relatively remote areas. After production of the smart refrigerator, plus the publicity expenses, his funds were almost spent. There was no spare money to set up business outlets in the city center, where every inch of land was valuable. After watching the advertisements on TV and the internet, people showed great interest in this smart refrigerator that had never appeared on the market. Many people living in New York drove to the business outlets in the suburbs to see the real thing. They found that the real thing of this refrigerator was better than what they saw on TV, and such artificial intelligence was completely beyond their imagination, and the price was not much more expensive than traditional refrigerators. Within one day, all the smart refrigerators manufactured by Jeanne Industry were sold out. Emma Frost asked the factory to start working overnight and replenish the stock. But the speed of replenishment was far less than the speed of purchase. As soon as a batch of goods was replenished, it was sold out immediately the next day. They could only hang up the sold-out sign again and close the store door, waiting for a few days to restock the goods before opening the door. There were even many people from other cities or other states who came to Business Point to line up and wait just to buy this smart refrigerator. Many people who bought the refrigerator posted reviews online, almost all of which were good reviews, without a single bad review, and they all called it a cross-era product. This buying frenzy did not subside for a long time. Zheng Bin reinvested the money he earned into it, increased the production line, and also put other home appliances developed before into production: microwave ovens, washing machines, air conditioners, etc. In addition, business points were set up in major cities, so people from other states no longer had to travel thousands of miles to New York and could buy them in their own cities or nearby cities. But even though the production line was increased, it was still in short supply. Each business point maintained this state. All were sold out within less than a day of opening, closed for a few days, and then reopened after restocking. After restocking, it was sold out again, so it had to close for a few more days. The company and production lines are expanding rapidly, and the whole company is in a busy state. Although everyone is very busy, seeing that the company's products are so popular, all employees are in high spirits, and the company atmosphere is getting better and better. The madness of the Huxiao for Shin Industrial's home appliances shocked the electrical appliance manufacturing industry. They have never seen any home appliance products that can trigger such a craze. When everyone was amazed at the success of Shin Industrial, only Zheng Bin was not surprised. He knew that he had the bonus of the golden rule, and he could make money even if he opened a company to sell garbage. What's more, these products were developed by him seriously, with advanced concepts and excellent quality, and there was also publicity from Emma, who had insight into people's hearts. It would be strange if they didn't sell well. With success comes imitation. After seeing the success of Shin Industry, major home appliance manufacturers rushed to imitate and began to develop smart home appliances to copy his success. However, Shin Industry's smart system has been added with confidentiality by Zheng Bin. After they bought the appliances back, the programmers of their own company could not crack it at all. There was no other way, so they had to rely on their own research and development. But the smart system they finally developed was incomparable to Shin Industries. Shin Industries' smart system is really smart and can store a lot of conversation memories. The longer it is used, the more memories it has, and the closer the smart system will become to human thinking. The systems made by other home appliance manufacturers are very dull and can only follow simple instructions. In many cases, they can't even understand the instructions. Compared with Shin Industry, they can only be called mentally retarded systems. In the United States, there may be only one person who can make an intelligent system like Shin Industry. That is Tony Stark. Unfortunately, many people who contacted Tony Stark were ruthlessly rejected when they tried to test his words. Tony Stark is not only unable to help them develop the system, he is now a brainless fan of Shin Industry. He bought all the home appliances produced by Shin Industry at the first time and replaced them all. He never read the news and reports of Stark Industry, but now he pays attention to the news of Shin Industry every day. Tony Stark was full of excitement and pride. In his opinion, Zheng Bin's products are definitely not perfect, and there are still various defects, such as large file size and small size. But such a system is more than enough for home appliances. Tony Stark did not realize the importance of artificial intelligence until he was 30 years old. After nearly 10 years of research, artificial intelligence, such as JRVS, was created. But how old is Zheng Bin? He has just become an adult. He can create such a product after such a short time of contact with artificial intelligence. He has no doubt that Zheng Bin will be able to surpass him in the near future. After listening to Tony Stark's daily flattery of Zheng Bin, Xiao Chili couldn't help rolling her eyes. As one of the few people who know the relationship between Tony Stark and Zheng Bin, Xiao Chili now has to listen to Tony Stark's fatherly love that has nowhere to vent every day. You have to praise him when you use the refrigerator, and you have to praise him when you use the microwave. It is normal to praise him dozens of times a day. She originally had different feelings for Tony Stark, but after knowing Zheng Bin's situation, Tony Stark put all his thoughts on his son, and the ambiguity between the two of them disappeared. She has started dating other people recently. After all, she is almost 40 years old, and she also longs to have a family of her own, but she is still worried about Tony Stark in her heart. "Tony, when are you going to recognize Zheng Bin?" Pepper said, "You have to know that Zheng Bin has grown into a very good man in all aspects. The better he is, the less he needs you. Tony Stark's originally beaming expression calmed down. He thought what he found out before, the passaging bin and his mother inside. Let's talk about it later. How can he have the face to recognize him now? System, how high is the integration between me and Siegfried now? Report to the host. It has reached 90%. What is the reason for the remaining 10%? I have maintained it at 90% for a long time. The personality of the host and this card is too different, so it cannot be integrated 100%. The system replied, 90% is the highest level that the host can integrate. In this case, there is no point in equipping it. Help me remove the heroic spirit card. Yes. As soon as the heroic spirit card was removed, Zheng Bin's long hairstyle, which had been maintained for a while, instantly changed back to short hair. It may be because Siegfried's personality was originally relatively peaceful and there were no major flaws. Therefore, when Zheng Bin just equipped him, Siegfried had a relatively small impact on him. And the higher the integration degree is later, the smaller the impact is, which can almost be ignored. It seems that the higher the integration degree of the card, the less impact the equipped heroic spirit has on your personality. Host, now you can use 90% of Siegfried's skills and his noble phantasm. Your body also has 90% of his power. After hearing this, Zheng Bin smiled eagerly. Without equipping a heroic spirit card, you can have the same power as a heroic spirit. This is really great news for Zheng Bin. He closed his eyes and felt his body quietly. A power he had never experienced flowed through his body. Ba-mung. A black sword condensed in his hand. The information of the red-haired man is hard to find, but it is much easier to find the information of Zheng Bin, who was born and raised in magnesium. Jeanne Bing looked at the information sent by his subordinates. This document details Zheng Bin's experience from childhood to adulthood. Zheng Bin's file has now been classified as the top secret of magnesium, and Jeanne Bing's hackers can't find out what his ability is. They can only find out his experience from childhood to adulthood, such as Zheng Bin has been a good boy with excellent academic performance since childhood, and his academic performance is very good. He recently opened a company with booming business and is now doing well in magnesium. It can only be said that this document is too deceptive, making Jeanne Bing think that the person who had been against him before was just a little brat with excellent academic performance, who suddenly got the ability and ran out to be a hero. Jeanne Bing sneered. Maybe his ability is very powerful, but it doesn't mean he deserves this power. And he, who has been in the underworld of magnesium for so many years, doesn't believe that he can't deal with this little brat. Zheng Bin sighed again. Letting Emma Frost be his assistant was really the wisest decision he had ever made. If it weren't for Emma helping him to handle all the affairs, how could he have the time to drink coffee leisurely in the office like now? Ding. Zheng Bin's mobile phone suddenly made a special sound. He quickly put down the coffee in his hand and picked up the phone. I saw a pop-up window with a spider pattern appear on the screen of his mobile phone. This is a software developed by Zheng Bin himself, installed on Peter Parker and Gwen's mobile phones. When they are in danger, they click on the software icon. The distress message will be automatically sent to Zheng Bin's mobile phone. This spider pattern means that there's a problem with Peter Parker. Zheng Bin picked up the phone and was about to click on the software to see the location of Peter Parker. At this time, the phone rang, and an unfamiliar phone number appeared on the screen. Zheng Bin, the bug is in my hand now. Come to me if you want to save him. Ha! After saying this, the other party hung up the phone directly. He had heard this voice before. Zheng Bin searched a memory in his mind. It was Kingpin. He immediately opened the software to check Peter Parker's current location. Bang! 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 Kingpin quickly fired a shot at each of Peter Parker's limbs. His shooting skills have always been very accurate. As long as he aimed at the hands and feet, the bullet would never deviate. Ah! The mask on Peter Parker's face had long been stripped off, and the painful and twisted expression on his face was clearly visible. After catching Peter Parker, the first thing Kingpin did was to break his limbs. He knew that Spider-Man's self-healing ability was very strong. So after tying Peter Parker up for safety, he shot his limbs with a gun every once in a while, making it impossible for him to escape. He looked at the information about Spider-Man sent by his men. Peter Parker, whose parents are both dead and whose family members only have one aunt, is a childhood friend of Zheng Bin, the chairman of Shin Industry, who is in the limelight recently. Do you know? Jean Bing looked at Peter Parker viciously. You and your friends are like two flies always circling around me, making me feel disgusted and annoying. Peter Parker was tied into a big shape and hung in the air. He showed a weak smile. It's like a fly seeing shit, right? Bang! Jean Bing shot Peter Parker's right foot. Do you think you are humorous? Watch it. This time I will let you two die together without a burial place. Peter Parker groaned in pain. At this time, the heavy iron door of the factory was opened, and a figure slowly walked in from the darkness. All of Jean Bing's men in the factory immediately became alert. Zheng Bin did not equip the heroic spirit card today, so he was wearing the casual clothes he usually wears. Although the clothes on his body were very different from the traditional clothes of the Celestial Empire that Jean Bing had seen before, this impressive appearance. As long as you see it once, you will never recognize it wrong. Zheng Bin appeared here alone, and the red-haired man did not appear beside him. Just you? Jean Bing laughed at Zheng Bin's arrogance. Although the last time, the Blackbeard who cooperated with him was completely crushed by Zheng Bin, in his opinion. It was because he was not prepared. This time, he has made full preparations. These two bugs will never walk out of the gate of this factory, but before eliminating them, he also asked some things clearly. Where's the man who calls himself the King of Conquerors now? Is he in the same group with you? Zheng Bin did not answer. He saw his friend hanging in the air with wounds all over his body. His face darkened. He looked at Jean Bing with the cold eyes. He looked at Dead Man. Jean Bing's eyes met Zheng Bin's, and he couldn't help but shudder, and a trace of fear surged in his heart. The ability displayed by Zheng Bin last time cast a big shadow on him. He comforted himself that he was so well prepared this time. They were dead. He raised his right hand, and everyone in the factory took out the dance instruments. The shape of these dance instruments can be seen at a glance that they cannot be made by the technology of the earth. The special metal luster on the dance instruments and the energy slots flashing with blue light. Zheng Bin finally got interested when he saw these. Where did you get these? Jean Bing grinned. You only need this thing that will send you to hell. Kill him for me. As soon as Jean Bing finished speaking, dozens of blue lasers shot in the direction of Zheng Bin. Be careful. Peter Parker shouted excitedly. Kingpin looked back at Peter Parker in a good mood. Your friend will soon become a meat paste. I will let you eat all his meat bite by bite. Peter Parker struggled hard. It was all his fault. It was because of his blind confidence in his own strength that he was easily trapped and caught by Kingpin. If Zheng Bin saved him, except for some accident, he would never forgive himself in his life. When Zheng Bin saw the laser shooting at him, his instinct in the face of danger made him want to summon the heroic spirit transformation system. But he held back. He has now inherited 90% of Siegfried's ability. This time, in addition to rescuing Peter Parker, he also wanted to see the ability of his strengthened body. It was not the ability of the heroic spirit transformation card, but the ability that belonged completely to him. He endured the discomfort and let these people shoot at his body. When the first laser hit him, he felt as if someone had poked his body lightly with a finger. It didn't hurt. Zheng Bin showed a satisfied smile. This is the ability of dragon armor. Ah! One of Jean Bing's men exclaimed. Everyone stopped shooting and looked over. Zheng Bin's clothes had become pieces of rags hanging on his body, and his sturdy figure was completely exposed to the air. His exposed skin was intact and without any damage. His right hand firmly grasped the gun, and his palm blocked the muzzle. The man whose gun was grasped screamed in fear while pressing the trigger. No matter how many lasers were fired, Zheng Bin's hand was still firmly on the muzzle, motionless. On the contrary, although the laser was blocked, it did not fire, but the recoil again and again made his whole arm numb. The enemy's arm was numb, and he couldn't press the trigger anymore. At this time, Zheng Bin said, Your attack is over, right? Then I'm going to start. After saying that, he grabbed his gun and shot it at his head. The person hit by the laser had his brain exploded immediately, but under the high temperature of the laser, the blood evaporated instantly. Although Zheng Bin was very close, not a drop of blood splashed on him. He raised his eyebrows and looked at the weapon in his hand with appreciation. This is not bad. After seeing his companion fall, the attack that had been stopped started again like a storm. Everyone's face showed fear. Who is this person? Why can't even such a powerful dance weapon deal with him? Many of Jeanne Bing's men quickly pressed a trigger, and lasers shot out from the guns one after another. Zheng Bin inherited Siegfried's ability, but also inherited his weakness. He knew that his back was very fragile and could not be hit. Therefore, he quickly attacked with the gun he had snatched, while dodging the laser shot at his back. Inheriting the perception ability of the heroic spirit, Zheng Bin's shooting level has greatly improved. He didn't even need to look, just relying on his intuition, and he shot accurately. Each shot directly penetrated the enemy's head. After a while, everyone fell down, and the ground was full of a pile of wet bodies without heads. Jeanne Bing found that the situation was not as he imagined, and knew that he had underestimated the ability of his opponent. He immediately cut the rope hanging Peter Parker. Peter Parker fell heavily to the ground. Because he was abused by Jeanne Bing before and repeatedly injured, Peter Parker's body has become very weak now. He fainted directly after falling to the ground. Jeanne Bing directly grabbed Peter Parker's neck, put him in front of him, and pointed the gun at his head. "Don't move, otherwise I will shoot him with a gun." Zheng Bin just shot the head of Jeanne Bing's last subordinate. He turned to face Jeanne Bing. "Drop the gun. Hurry up." Zheng Bin obediently threw the gun aside. Jeanne Bing looked at Zheng Bin's cold expression and regretted it in his heart. He didn't expect the enemy to be so powerful that so many high-tech weapons from a universe couldn't deal with him. If he could escape this time, he would never provoke this person again. Unfortunately, there is no if. After Zheng Bin threw down the gun, he quickly rushed to Jeanne Bing's place. Although Siegfried's agility is only B, and Zheng Bin only inherited 90%, maybe it is only C+ now. But for ordinary people, it is also incredibly fast. It took him less than a second to rush to Jeanne Bing, and at the same time, the big sword in his hand was condensed. Then he cut off Jeanne Bing's head very neatly. When Jeanne Bing's bald head fell to the ground, he still maintained a surprised expression with his eyes wide open and his mouth slightly open. Jeanne Bing knew too much, and Zheng Bin had planned to take his life from the beginning. Zheng Bin supported Peter Parker, who was about to fall to the ground. Peter Parker was seriously injured this time, with multiple fractures, and there were many choking wounds on his hands and feet. His breathing was very weak now, and this time he couldn't rely on the powerful self-healing ability to heal his wounds. Zheng Bin took off Peter Parker's tights, changed him into Kingpin's clothes, and sent him to the hospital. Peter Parker's injuries were obviously not ordinary wounds. The hospital would definitely contact the police after treating him. So after he entered the emergency room, Zheng Bin quietly left. He was too lazy to deal with Zheng Fu's people. But after leaving, Zheng Bin still sent a text message to Nick Fury out of loyalty. Spider-Man is now at Notre Dame Hospital in Queens. Since SHIELD has been secretly observing Peter Parker, I believe they will definitely help Peter Parker deal with the follow-up affairs. As Zheng Bin expected, Nick Fury immediately sent his most trusted agent Coulson to the hospital after seeing the anonymous text message. Coulson transferred the still unconscious Peter Parker to the medical room of S.H.I.E.L.D. Then he deleted all the medical records of Peter Parker at the St. Mary's Hospital. He was very fast and completed the task in just a few hours. Then he immediately came to Nick Fury's office to report. How is he now? He lost too much blood and had multiple fractures all over his body. The most serious is his limbs, which have been repeatedly injured. Even if his body is mutated, it will take some time to recover. I know. Keep an eye on his condition and notify me when he wakes up. Yes. After Coulson left the office, Nick Fury took his mobile phone and fell into deep thought while looking at the anonymous text message on it. Because of the Conqueror King, Zheng Bin has been troubled twice. He is also very curious about what his servant has done recently to attract the attention of these two villains. He had always been laissez-faire with the King of Conquerors, and had never paid attention to where he was or what he did. For a moment, he really didn't know where to find him. He had to activate the command spell to make the King of Conquerors appear in front of him. After the light disappeared, the hearty laughter of the King of Conquerors appeared in the room. "Master, is there something you want to call me back for?" "It's been a long time, King of Conquerors," Zheng said to the King of Conquerors. "Recently, many people want to find you through me. I want to know how your plan to conquer the world is going. Is it Magneto?" Zheng was a little surprised that the King of Conquerors said Magneto's name at once. "Have you met him?" "Yes, I met him not long ago. But unfortunately, he is not willing to join my army." The King of Conquerors frowned. His vision is too small, and he is only willing to watch the battle between mutants and ordinary people. Zheng thought it was quite interesting and smiled. Zheng had guessed that the two would not be able to reach a consensus. The King of Conquerors is one of the greatest kings in history. Although he looks careless on the surface, he is more cunning than Magneto in both scheming and means. Magneto, on the other hand, is very proud of his mutant ability. They are unwilling to give in to each other. Zheng said, "King of Conquerors, to be honest, you are also very narrow-minded." The King of Conquerors' originally cheerful expression suddenly became serious, and his eyes, which were originally smiling, became sharp. The pressure from the Emperor was instantly revealed. If an ordinary person stood in front of the King of Conquerors now, he might have knelt on the ground and admitted his mistake in the face of such momentum. Zheng just smiled slightly and continued, "What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? You have seen the vast universe and know that there are countless countries in the universe, but your vision is still limited to the Earth. You don't deserve the title of King of Conquerors. I am so disappointed." In fact, Zheng really doesn't care about conquering the world. The King of Conquerors can do whatever he wants. Even if he turns the world upside down, Zheng will only watch the show. However, according to the nature of the heroic spirit system to protect humans, Zheng felt that he could not let the Conqueror King go on playing. Who knows if it will lead to a war that will lead to the extinction of mankind, and he will have to clean up the mess at that time. It is better to let the Conqueror King go to the universe to make trouble. It just so happens that he is also very interested in the universe. It would be best if the Conqueror King could establish a power in the universe. The Conqueror King was stunned, and his expression kept changing. After a while, he laughed heartily again. "Ha ha! You are worthy of being master." His eyes burst out with strong ambition and desire. "You are so right. Before I was alive, I could only stop at the endless sea because I did not know enough about this world. Now that I have such an opportunity, I must go further." The Conqueror King patted Zheng shoulder with his broad palm. "Since I have decided to conquer the universe, then I will leave the power I have cultivated on Earth to you." He looked at Zheng meaningfully. "Anyway, this is what the master wants, right?" Zheng was not annoyed when his thoughts were exposed and smiled frankly. "Since you have no time to take care of your subordinates on Earth, then as a master, I will naturally help you take care of them." Before leaving Earth, the King of Conquerors took Zheng to his base camp. The Shunwei will stopped outside a ruin. The ruins could be seen to have originally been a town. "King, you're back." As soon as they stepped off the Shunwei wheel, dozens of people came out of the ruins to greet them. "King, is this a new brother? I'll take him to settle down." The King of Conquerors waved his hand and interrupted everyone's greetings. "I have something to say. You call everyone out." These dozens of people went back to the ruins to call for people, and more people came out one after another. Zheng estimated that there were about 300 people here, and many of them were injured. Some of the more seriously injured were directly pushed out in wheelchairs, and two of them were Zheng acquaintances, Wanda and Pietro. When the two of them saw Zheng, their faces were obviously stunned, and then they looked at each other with a suspicious look. After seeing his men gather together, the King of Conquerors spoke. "I will leave the Earth soon to pursue a greater goal. You will stay on Earth and wait for me to come back. During this time, my master will lead you." Everyone's face showed panic, and they shouted, "King, are you going to abandon me? King, please don't leave. King." Everyone knelt on the ground, begging the King of Conquerors, and some even cried out. The most emotional people were actually the refugees that Zheng Bin had saved in Sokovia. After the king of conquerors had recovered a group of younger brothers in magnesium, he was going to find a place to rebuild his empire. By accident, he came to the vicinity of Sokovia. He went to the town that Zheng Bin had saved. At that time, the appearance of the king of conquerors was discovered by the refugees in the town. Everyone ran out of their homes and knelt in front of him. When Zheng Bin appeared, they didn't dare to look up and look at the appearance of God. So they didn't know what the person who saved them really looked like. Just based on the king of conquerors' attire and the wheel of divine power, they thought that this was the person who saved them. Many of these refugees had become fanatical believers of the king of conquerors after the previous war. Many people volunteered to follow their savior. The king of conquerors selected some of the strongest young people and took them away, and his empire decided to start with the war-torn country of Sokovia. The refugees who left their hometown with the king of conquerors, Wanda and Pietro, were among them. Unlike other refugees, they had clearly seen Zheng Bin's face at that time. They knew that the king of conquerors was not the one who saved them, but there must be a connection between the two. Therefore, Wanda and her brother and sister also followed the king of conquerors to leave in order to find their true salvation. And this person finally appeared. Wanda and Pietro's eyes were full of surprise. If they had only doubted when they first saw Zheng Bin, now after listening to the king of conquerors' words, they were sure that Zheng Bin was that person. Wanda and her brother and sister stood up from a kneeling crowd without hesitation. Wanda looked Zheng Bin in the eyes and said loudly, "Pietro and I are willing to follow you, master, forever." The two of them didn't know the name of their benefactor, so they had to follow the king of conquerors and call him master. The people who were kneeling down heard this and made a dissatisfied sound. "You two ungrateful things, have you forgotten who saved us?" "That's right. Do you still have our king in your heart?" After hearing this, Pietro rolled his eyes. A bunch of idiots. They can't even figure out who is the real benefactor. At this time, the king of conquerors spoke. "Huh? I didn't save you." The refugees looked at each other in bewilderment. "King, what are you talking about? When I appeared in front of you, you said you wanted to follow me, but I never admitted from beginning to end that I was the one who saved you." The king of conquerors had never explained this to the refugees before, so it was no wonder that they had always misunderstood. But now that the real master is next door, the king of conquerors feels that he still needs to clarify. "The one who saved you was my master. He borrowed my power to save you. How is that possible?" The refugees felt that their spiritual world had collapsed. They had always been devoted to the king of conquerors, and now he told them that they followed the wrong person? Wanda added calmly, "There are surveillance cameras in our town. You can take a good look at the face of your god in the surveillance camera on the surveillance mountain." Pietro, and I saw it clearly at the time, the one who saved us was obviously the master. The refugees were originally skeptical, but after listening to Wanda's words, they immediately believed most of it. They kowtowed to Zheng Bin and confessed, "Please forgive our ignorance. We are willing to follow you too." In addition to this part of the refugees, the other half are other members brought back by the conqueror. Some of them are mutants from Brotherhood, and some were Jeanne Bing's former subordinates. This group of people do not understand beliefs of this group of refugees at all, and have just been watching their conversation with cold eyes. After hearing that the refugees have all changed sides, they can no longer watch with cold eyes. These idiots can't represent us. We are only willing to follow the conqueror. A man with a pair of white wings on his back stood up and said. The other kneeling mutants and gang members also stood up. They were all protesting the conqueror's decision. They followed the conqueror at first because they saw the conqueror's ability and were attracted by his lofty ambitions. Conquer the world and become the ruler of this world. If others said this, they would only find it ridiculous. But after they knew that the conqueror was the famous conqueror himself in history, this matter became so convincing, as if it was within their reach. Everyone present was ambitious, and they were willing to work with the king of conquerors to realize this lofty ideal. But that didn't mean they would completely obey the king of conquerors and follow this man who came out of nowhere. Zheng Bin, who had been quiet all the time, spoke up. If you don't want to, you can leave now and I won't stop you. Who do you think you are, you pretty boy? Do you have a say here?" A very sturdy and burly man said to Zheng, "How dare you disrespect my master?" The king of conquerors suddenly exuded the aura of a king, and everyone's face changed. Ordinary people without ability turned pale, and cold sweat oozed from their foreheads. Mutants also looked at the king of conquerors in doubt. This was the first time they saw the king of conquerors get angry. Zheng raised his hand, signaling the king of conquerors to restrain his pressure. "So, what are you going to do now?" Zheng asked calmly. The mutant with wings on his back spoke up. "Why do you suddenly appear and get the full vision of the king of conquerors?" The name of this mutant is Warren Worthington. Because of the pair of white wings behind him, he is also called Angel. He was originally the heir of the Worthington group, but because of the awakening of his mutant ability, he was rejected by his father, so he ran away from home and wandered on the streets. The Conqueror King met him on the streets of New York. He was willing to follow the Conqueror King because the Conqueror King's ideals attracted him. He wanted to do something with the Conqueror King to prove it to his father, although the Conqueror King is leaving the earth now. So what? Compared with loyalty, he values interests more. He wants the Conqueror King's power. Don't look at the Conqueror King's place. There are not many people, only 200 or 300 people, but there are about 40 mutants. These are the mutants he is looking for, although their abilities are uneven. If it weren't for the Conqueror King, he couldn't gather such a vision by himself. After hearing Angel's words, Zheng looked around and asked, "Do you think so, too?" "Yes. Why can you lead us as soon as you appear? Our boss will naturally be the one with the strongest ability." Zheng nodded. "I understand. You all come together." "Ah." Everyone was puzzled. "Didn't they say that only the strongest person can lead you? I will prove my ability to you now." Zheng said, "All of you come together." Everyone looked at Zheng with uncertainty and retreated because of his confidence. Is he really strong? In the end, only Angel and the other 2 mutants stood up. Angel took the initiative and rushed forward. A big sword condensed in Zheng hand, and he threw the sword without even looking at it. The big sword directly inserted into Angel's wings. Angel screamed in pain, fell from the sky, and fell to the ground. Everyone was shocked. Zheng speed was too fast. Angel was defeated in less than 10 seconds. The sword spirit inserted into Angel's wings dissipated, and then condensed again in Zheng hand. The 2 mutants who were originally with Angel froze in place, not daring to move. Zheng looked over calmly. "Why aren't you moving?" We admit defeat. Angel was already considered to be relatively strong among their group. Even he couldn't last a few seconds under Zheng, let alone the others. The 2 walked back to the mutant team in dejection. I'll say it one last time. Those who don't want to follow me can leave now. I won't force you. Angel, who collapsed on the ground due to the pain in his wings, asked, "If we stay, what is your purpose?" To be honest, I'm not very interested in conquering the world. Angel's eyes darkened after hearing Zheng answer. "My goal is not on Earth, but in the universe. I want Earth to be superior to all the planets in the universe." There was an uproar in the crowd. What Zheng said was something they had never thought of, nor dared to think of. It was simply a far-fetched story. But Zheng strong and confident attitude made them have to believe it. Maybe what he said was true. In the end, nearly half of the group left. More than 100 refugees were Zheng followers. Even if their gods asked them to die, they would have no complaints, so they all stayed. And all the members of the New York gang left. They joined the Conqueror King in order to be able to dominate on Earth. Now Zheng said that he wanted to conquer the universe, which seemed too illusory to them. So they might as well go back and continue to fight. To Zheng surprise, almost all the mutants stayed. If there is really a chance to conquer the universe, we definitely can't miss it. Don't worry, this opportunity will come back soon. Zheng thought about it, according to the timeline of the movie he watched in his previous life, and his understanding of Loki's nature in this world. It shouldn't be long before Loki comes to Earth to make trouble. Zheng called Emma, who was far away in New York. "Boss, what's wrong? I want to set up a security department, and the address will be temporarily set in Sokovia." "What?" Emma shouted. "Boss, the company has been busy recently. Why did you suddenly think of setting up a security department again? I have already found people. You can come over and settle them down when the time comes." After saying this, Zheng ignored Emma, who was furious over there, and hung up the phone directly. Emma really wanted to strangle Zheng now, although she still had the kind of charming thoughts between men and women about Zheng. But from the perspective of a subordinate, she was really mad at such a boss. Since the company's operation was on track, Zheng devoted himself to the R&D department and handed over all the company's operations to her. At first, she felt very touched by Zheng trust in her. But not long after, she was so busy that she was about to collapse. The point is, when she was busy like a dog, Zheng actually had the leisure to run to Sokovia to set up a security department. The next day, she rushed to Zheng office in a rage. "What's the matter with that security department?" "We don't need a production security department at the moment," Zheng calmly replied. "We will need one soon." Emma Frost, who has now been promoted to CEO of Shin Industrial, was puzzled. She didn't see any documents. "Why?" "Because I am going to produce weapons. The factory's address will be temporarily set in Sokovia." "How is it possible? We don't have a government." Zheng interrupted. "Shin Industrial's arms department. I have thought about it from the beginning. Sokovia is in turmoil now, and it is secretive enough to set up the factory there. As for your concerns, don't worry. I can solve it soon." Emma and Zheng have not worked together for a long time, but she also knows his character of sticking to his words. Shin Industrial is now in a strong momentum. The home appliances it produces are not only popular in the United States, but also cause a frenzy of buying all over the world. As long as the smart system developed by Zheng is not cracked, his home appliances will continue to sell well. Once people are used to using smart appliances, how can they get used to traditional home appliances? Many home appliance manufacturers want to cooperate with Shin Industry and purchase the right to use the smart system. But Zheng is unwilling to give in. He wants to monopolize the market of smart home appliances. This matter has caused dissatisfaction among many capitalists. The more popular he is, the more people hate him. Shin Industry has accumulated a lot of funds in just 1 year. Emma Frost also proposed to Zheng to go public, but Zheng kept asking her to wait. Now it seems that Zheng plans to go public after the industrial department is built. Now she can only bite the bullet and go to Zheng to handle Sokovia affairs. Zheng smiled in the office. He has now laid out everything and is waiting for Loki to take over. Zheng was alone in the encrypted R&D room, researching a new dance machine when the doorbell rang. Zheng saw Emma Frost's face on the surveillance camera and pressed the button to open the door. "Boss, Justin Hammer called again and hopes to have a business meeting with you. And I just received a call from Tony Stark, who also hopes to meet with you." Zheng put down the tools in his hand. "Tony Stark? Did he say what the purpose of his meeting was?" "He hopes to invest in Shin Industry." Zheng thought for a while and said, "You go and arrange it. Arrange them both in the same time period." "Okay." Justin Hammer walked into the meeting room of God Industries and saw his greatest enemy in his life, Tony Stark. "Why are you here?" Justin Hammer shouted. He saw Tony Stark's eyes glance at him through the translucent orange sunglasses of Tony Stark, and then moved away from for 6-0, as if seeing air without responding. Justin Hammer shouted angrily, "Hey, you clearly heard me talking." Tony Stark heard Justin Hammer's words and said coldly, "Shut up." When Tony Stark first knew that Zheng agreed to his request for a meeting, he was very happy and arrived at the scene early. This surprised his driver happy. The whole world knows how late Tony Stark is. Sometimes he is not only late, but also absent. Who knew that he met the annoying Justin Hammer before he met Zheng? Tony Stark was very dissatisfied. Why did he arrange me with such a mentally retarded person? Am I the same as Hammer in Zheng heart? Justin Hammer heard the disdain in Tony Stark's tone and jumped up in anger. When he was about to say something, the door of the conference room opened. Good morning, both of you. Zheng Bin, wearing a white suit, walked in slowly from the door. He looked very different today, with gentler eyebrows than before. A complicated and exquisite suit did not look cumbersome on his tall figure, but made him look like a gentleman. The reason for Zheng Bin's change of temperament was one: he was now equipped with Arthur Pendragon's card. After tasting the sweetness of long-term equipment of Siegfried's card, he had a great desire to strengthen his body. It is not rely on the heroic spirit card, but just rely on his own body that can produce such a great power. If you want to equip this card daily, you must prepare a spirit suit. Zheng Bin does not want to wear a costume-like outfit every day. For this reason, he also borrowed high-interest loans from the system and prepaid a card-drawing opportunity to summon the spirit suit. When completing the task later, 2 card-drawing opportunities will be deducted. Zheng Bin is now addicted to using his own power, and he does not care about it. After a little hesitation, he agreed to the system's request. Arthur Pendragon was the Knight King of Great Britain. He led the famous Knights of the Round Table in history to fight for peace. He was the King of Britain, the Knight of Silver Blue, and the Holy Sword of the Stars. Arthur Pendragon was a man full of brilliance, an honest, proud, and gentle king. Therefore, Zheng Bin, who was equipped with this card, now looked elegant and upright. Even his personality changed. He now felt very peaceful and full of yearning for the beauty of this world. When Justin Hammer saw Zheng Bin's appearance, jealousy flashed in his eyes, and he said dissatisfiedly, "It's already 10 o'clock in the morning. What's early? And you actually let 2 rich people wait for you. What a big frame." Tony Stark sat aside and admired Zheng Bin's dress, complacent about his excellent jeans. When he heard Justin Hammer's words, he immediately retorted, "I just arrived. Don't speak for me. If you are really so busy, please leave first and don't disturb my conversation with Mr. Zheng." "You, please be patient." Zheng Bin smiled. "It was my fault for making the guests wait. I'm really sorry." Justin Hammer looked at Tony Stark smugly. Tony Stark was surprised. When did Zheng Bin become so easy to talk to? You know, this man turned SHILD into ruins with just one disagreement. Tony Stark secretly raised his guard in his heart. With such a good attitude, it seems that Zheng Bin wanted a lot today. He should be careful. He couldn't think of it, but it was actually the credit of the heroic spirit card. I read the documents my assistant gave me. Mr. Stark wants to invest in Shin Industrial, while Mr. Hammer wants to acquire Shin Industrial. Tony Stark sneered immediately after hearing this. Acquire Shin Industrial? Just based on your company that specializes in junk? Although Shin Industrial has not yet gone public. Do you know how much it would be worth if it went public? How much money would you pay to acquire it? Justin Hammer was ridiculed and said with a red face, "This is not your company. What does it have to do with you? Mr. Zheng has the final say on whether it works or not. Do you think Mr. Zheng is a fool like you?" Tony Stark looked at Zheng Bin sincerely. "You can rest assured that I will invest in Shin Industrial and will never interfere with any decision of Shin Industrial." Zheng Bin smiled gently and said, "I just want to tell you my decision today. Shin Industrial will never be sold. And now our company has sufficient funds and will not accept investment for the time being." Zheng Bin now has a department in Sokovia that is not very shady. There is a large amount of capital flow every day. How can he accept other shareholders at this time? And with his domineering personality, he will not accept anyone interfering with his decision in the company. He has already decided that when the company goes public, he will distribute the shares to the R&D department, the technical department, and some senior executives. The proportion and number of people will be controlled within the requirements for listing. He will hold the rest of the shares firmly in his hands. Tony Stark shrugged and said, "I respect your decision. If your company has any problems, you are welcome to come to me at any time." "Okay, thank you." Justin Hammer did not have the demeanor of Tony Stark, and his angry expression was clear. He suddenly thought of something and said to Zheng Bin, "When you were interning in our company before, I suspected that you stole a very important design drawing from our company. It was a design drawing of a musket. Because of the previous incident with the whip rope, he had a very deep impression of Lianban. He remembered that his secretary once said that Zheng Bin had drawn a design of a musket in their company. At that time, he was very disdainful of it, but now he saw Zheng Bin's success. He knew that the other party must have ability in this regard, and perhaps the design drawing also had something helpful to him. If you return the design drawing to me, I will let it go. Zheng Bin felt that Justin Hammer should be thankful that he had just equipped the car of Asia 5.9 Arthur Pendragon not long ago, and now the character of the heroic spirit still prevailed. If it had been equipped for a long time, and his original character replaced the character of the heroic spirit card, then he would definitely teach Justin Hammer a lesson that he would never forget. At the moment, the wise King Jingbin just said gently, "That was a design drawing I drew. If you think I have infringed, we can solve it through legal means." Tony Stark, who was standing nearby, heard this and knew that Justin Hammer, the loser, was playing dirty tricks again. Just when he was about to help Zheng Bin retaliate, his phone rang. This was the phone he used to deal with S.H.I.E.L.D. "Hello? What? I'll be there right now." Tony Stark's face changed drastically, and he left in a hurry without saying goodbye. At this time, Zheng Bin's face also became very ugly, because he heard the alarm from the system in his brain. "Host, the Conqueror King has been killed." "What?" Zheng Bin asked hurriedly. "What will happen to the killed heroic spirit card?" "Return to the host. The heroic spirit will return to the heroic spirit library, and the magic of Chaldea will repair it. However, during the repair, the heroic spirit card will be in a frozen state and cannot be used. The repair time for a 5-star heroic spirit is about 180 days. Zheng Bin was relieved to hear that the Conqueror King only returned to the heroic spirit library and did not disappear completely. The Conqueror King and Zheng Bin have been together for the longest time, and the Conqueror King has a generous and magnanimous personality and a kingly demeanor, and his persistence in his ideals is also one of the reasons why Zheng Bin likes him. Everyone has their own preferences, and Chenggu is no exception. This is Zheng Bin's favorite card. After hearing the news, Zheng Bin was very angry. Even King Arthur's character couldn't suppress his anger. Zheng Bin asked the system, "Who killed him? Can you find it here?" "Sorry, the coordinates of the Conqueror King's encounter are in the universe, and my perception range is within a planet, so I can't find out the reason for his encounter. The only way now is to wait for the Conqueror King's freezing time to end and tell Zheng Bin in person. S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft carrier. Loki has been imprisoned in the cell prepared for the Hulk. Tony Stark, Captain America, Black Widow, Bruce Banner, Thor, and S.H.I.E.L.D. Chief Nick Fury are arguing fiercely in a room. A petite and sweet-looking girl gradually appeared in the room. She has long light orange hair, and her ears are pointed and long like an elf. There's a pair of golden wings covered with patterns on her back. It is obviously not an ordinary human. Thor was the first to notice the atmosphere in the room and turned around immediately. "Who are you?" After hearing this, the others also followed Thor's gaze. The girl giggled a few times and pointed her slender fingers in the air. "Thor, Iron Man, captain of each country." The girl called out the names one by one. "All the people Hawkeye mentioned are here, so the party can start." "Hawkeye? Where is he?" Black Widow asked immediately after hearing his friend's name. The others also realized that the visitor was not friendly and immediately made a posture ready for battle. A white scepter condensed on the girl's hand. There were huge amounts of golden decorations on the top of the scepter. The color of the decoration was colorful and very beautiful. The way she condensed the dance weapon was not unfamiliar to everyone, and they immediately thought of Zheng Bin. Thor immediately threw the hammer in his hand, but the girl dodged it. "Oh, don't worry. The party will start soon. I will treat you well. Release the forbidden feast." Hee, everyone turn into my little pigs. A dazzling light lit up, and several tables appeared in the room. Countless delicacies appeared on the table. The expressions of the crowd changed from alert to trance in an instant. In the end, they all became intoxicated. They all ran to the table as fast as they could, picked up the food on the table with their hands, and ate it in big mouthfuls, like beasts. The food on the table was quickly eaten by them, and then new food was added, and their appearance gradually changed. The first to change were Tony Stark, Black Widow, and Nick Fury. The bodies of these three people were just ordinary people, so they were the first to be unable to resist the erosion of magic. Pig ears appeared on their heads, and the facial features gradually became closer to pigs. Each captain gradually transformed, though was the most resistant, and his face remained the same. Circe said to the person who entered the room, "Master, your brother is still using his consciousness and my magic to resist. But he can't resist for long. I'm so looking forward to it. He should be able to become the strongest little pig." Loki retorted, "He's not my brother." After seeing Thor, a complex flash in his eyes. Loki's face looked very pale, because his magic was overdrawn by Circe's treasure just now. Circe was his servant. At that time, Asgard was destroyed by Zheng in the Solomon state. After waking up, Loki knew that his father had awakened and was afraid that he would be questioned. So he fled overnight. He was caught in the gap in the universe in a panic. At that time, he felt that he was about to be torn apart in the gap, and a strong desire to survive broke out. It was also at this time that 10 mysterious patterns suddenly appeared on the back of his hand. Circe suddenly appeared beside him and took him away from the gap. Loki also learned from Circe what a heroic spirit is. So Zheng, whom he had met before, became so powerful with the help of the power of the heroic spirit. Although Loki could not obtain the ability of the heroic spirit, like Zheng, but Circe obeyed his orders, which gave him great confidence. Such a powerful heroic spirit must obey my orders. Loki came to the low-level planet Earth with arrogance. He believed that with the help of Circe, he would be able to fulfill the requirements of the cosmic overlord. After receiving Loki's order, Professor Eric Shavig, who had been waiting in the Stark building, opened a passage from the universe to the Earth. Loki and Circe returned to Duio. Loki watched a big hole tore in the sky, and an endless stream of Chitauri flew from a hole to the earth. He laughed heartily. "Our allies are here." As usual, Zheng finished his school classes in the morning and returned to the company in the afternoon to handle official business. As soon as I returned to the office, I heard screams coming from outside. "Host, new task. Stop Loki from invading the earth. Reward, 2 card draws. Please execute it as soon as possible and pay off the debt as soon as possible." I sensed the breath of the heroic spirit around Loki. Please be prepared. After Zheng finished listening to the system's task, Emma Frost rushed in from outside the office. "Boss, aliens are invading the earth." Zheng looked out from the floor-to-ceiling glass window of the office and saw the huge amount of holes in the sky. People on the street were running in panic. "Emma, send the employees to a safe place." "What about you?" Zheng smiled meaningfully at the corner of his mouth. "I will protect myself." When Zheng arranged everything and came to the street, it was already in chaos. Many buildings had been destroyed, and people were evacuating people on the street. More and more aliens landed on the ground and tried to kill humans on the ground. Zheng did not see any trace of superhero. He used the perception ability of the heroic spirit to concentrate and sense, and indeed no superhero appeared. "What's going on?" Before Zheng could think about it, a giant cosmic beast floating in the sky flew towards the street. He rushed all the way and was about to knock down a tall building. Zheng jumped several times and jumped onto the back of the beast. He inserted a sword into the head of the beast, and then slashed from the head to its tail. The beast let out a painful roar and fell from the air to the ground. The flesh on its back was also split into 2 pieces. At the same time, the white suit on his body turned into a combat suit that looked like silver armor. He jumped to the ground and said to the crowd standing there looking at him in a daze, "It's very dangerous here. You find a place to hide." They looked at Zheng appearance when he was fighting and were attracted by his neat figure. At this time, they reacted after hearing his words and all dispersed to continue to escape. Many people thanked him repeatedly when they passed by him. Zheng looked at the hole that was still outputting aliens. He could not kill them all by himself no matter how powerful he was. We still have to solve the problem from the source. System, send me Loki's coordinates. Coordinates sent. Circe, you see, I just use a little magic and some tricks to make the Avengers go around in circles. Now the earth is in my pocket. Humans, what humble and incompetent creatures. Loki stood on the highest point of the moon, on the rooftop terrace of the Stark building, watching more and more Chitauri landing on the earth, and the earthlings were powerless to resist and said with hatred, "Master, be careful." Circe pushed Loki away with force, and a sword flew quickly from where Loki just stood. If Circe hadn't reacted quickly, Loki would have been stabbed at this time. Zheng walked slowly out of the room and onto the terrace, and the sword of victory that had just flown out condensed in his hand again. He looked down at Loki, who had just been pushed down and fell to the ground with an unstable center of gravity, and said calmly, "Humble and incompetent." Loki was hurt by Zheng condescending eyes. He felt that Zheng eyes seemed to say, "You are the humble and incompetent one." Since he got Circe, Loki, who has never encountered setbacks and is invincible, has infinitely expanded his confidence and ambition. He felt that he was no longer the second prince of Asgard who was ignored by everyone, but a god who could destroy the universe with a wave of his hand. Therefore, at the moment, he felt that he had been greatly insulted. Loki stood up suddenly, looked at Zheng with a crazy look, and said, "Circe, help me destroy him." "Yes, master." Circe flirted at Zheng. "Although you really look like my taste, I'm sorry." After that, she waved the scepter in her hand at Zheng. The light emitted by the scepter was easily dodged by Zheng, and he directly raised a sword and attacked Circe. After several rounds of fighting, Zheng noticed it. "You don't dare to use the noble phantasm, right?" Zheng looked at Loki, who was standing aside and looking increasingly pale. "Your master's magic power simply cannot support you in the battle." Circe's face was solemn, and she said to Loki, "Master, use the command seal to kill the demon for me." Loki spoke without hesitation. "I command you in the name of the command seal to win this battle for me." Loki gave 3 consecutive orders and used up all the command seals on his hand. The back of his hand turned white and smooth again. Zheng frowned. He originally planned to rush to Loki's side at the beginning, kill Loki, or threaten the other heroic spirit to commit suicide with Loki's life, and automatically recycle it into the heroic spirit library. But the chivalry of King Arthur in Zheng soul was trying to stop him. In desperation, Zheng had to go into battle openly. Feeling the replenishment of magic power in his body, Circe Ching relaxed a little. She smiled charmingly and said to Zheng, "I really like you. In this case, you might as well stay with me forever." Then she released the treasure. Release! Forbidden feast. Dozens of tables condensed around Zheng, surrounding him tightly. Food and wine appeared on the table out of thin air. Zheng eyes were blurred for a moment. Circe laughed triumphantly. "Enjoy it." Loki heard a loud noise outside, and he looked outside from the building. He saw a huge amount of wooden boats floating in the sky, firing lasers at the Chitauri beast. The beast was instantly killed and fell from the air to the ground. Loki's face changed drastically, said to Circe, "His helper is here. Hurry up and get rid of him first." "How could it be?" Circe looked at Zheng in disbelief. "Obviously no one could escape my treasure." Zheng looked at Circe with clear eyes. What a boring treasure. Zheng is now equipped with Arthur Pendragon. This heroic spirit has always had great love for the British Empire in his heart, and he only thinks about how to save the suffering people. He even gave up his own feelings. So how could he have the mind to enjoy himself? This skill has no effect on Zheng, who is equipped with King Arthur. When Loki saw Zheng appearance, his face was even paler than when his magic power was overdrawn just now. Zheng waved the sword of promised victory at Circe. Circe closed her eyes and accepted the arrival of death. There was no way. She knew that her master's current magic power was not enough to support her to fight. There was no other way except to admit defeat. Anyway, she had already understood that this death was not a real death, but just a change of place to stay, with less freedom. The goddess with a bad temper selfishly thought that if she behaved better in front of the new master, she would have more opportunities to go out in the future. Sorry, current master. Congratulations to the host. The heroic spirit card Circe has been recovered. The level is 4 stars. Loki saw Circe died peacefully, knowing that the situation was settled, and felt a sense of despair in his heart. He cursed inwardly, and then used his remaining scarce magic power to slip away. Good for money. Zheng sensed a fluctuation of magic power, but he was too lazy to chase it. He looked outside the building at France's wooden boat. Now, he had more important things to do. They recovered after learning that the Lily was attacked by aliens. Coulson rushed the room where Nick Fury was. After he entered, he saw only a few pigs lying on the table and digging for food. These pigs were actually wearing the clothes of Avengers members. Coulson was shocked and counted the number of pigs. He despairingly found that it matched the number of the Avengers and Nick Fury combined. Faced with the situation, he was helpless and could only take them back to Lurie, find a room to put them in, and send someone to keep an eye on them and inform him in time if there was any situation. At this time, everyone who had recovered their human bodies stayed in this sealed room, staring at each other. For a moment, the atmosphere was a little awkward. Nick Fury was the first to break the awkward situation. He waved to Coulson, who came from outside the glass house, and let him in. "What's the situation in Lua now?" The alien named Loki opened a hole in the sky by some unknown method, and now thousands of aliens have entered the Earth through that hole. The captain of each country stood up impatiently. "What's the situation now? We will go to rescue immediately." Others also stood up. Coulson showed an expression that was hard to describe. The current situation is, the situation has been completely controlled by Zheng. The relationship between SHILD and Zheng is very complicated. As a senior agent, Coulson has always been reserved about Zheng, who is both good and evil. Now, Louis was saved by him alone. Coulson couldn't tell how he felt now. Dozens of mutants came down from Francis Drake's ship. They are the members of the security department established by Zheng in Sokovia. During this period, after Zheng integration and training, this group of people has changed from a mob at the beginning to a trained security team. Zheng appointed Angel as the head of the security department. This is the first time Angel has led his team to perform a mission. His huge amounts of wings have been fully opened because of excitement, and he asked Zheng eagerly, 933, "Boss, is it time for us to take action?" Zheng looked at Angel and the expectant eyes of the mutants behind him and smiled. "Go. Let every country see the power of our Shin Industrial Security Department." "Yes." Everyone responded loudly and took the dance weapons and entered the chaotic streets of Lui West Station. They were all equipped with the dance skeletons that Zheng had recently developed and produced in Sukwi. Unlike the high-tech dance weapons in the hands of the Chitauri army, most of the dance weapons developed by Zheng tend to be shaped like ancient ice weapons on Earth, like knives and swords. In addition, there are all kinds of fire guns. Just looking at the appearance, everyone would think that this is an antique from nowhere. Only those who have used it will know how powerful these dance weapons are. The knives and swords look plain on the outside, and they don't need to touch the enemy's body when they use them. Just gently wave them in the direction of the enemy, and huge amounts of knife or sword energy will be generated, directly tearing the enemy's body into pieces. The method of using the fire gun-style dance weapon is the same as that of the gun. The difference is that ordinary guns shoot bullets, while this fire gun shoots sedge, the same as iron a laser as powerful as man's palm cannon. This fire gun was originally developed by Zheng when he was an intern at Hammer Industries. However, the immature version at the beginning has been improved. Now Mutant is holding a more powerful fire gun. When the Avengers arrived at the disaster area of Lui West City, the war had entered its final stage. The hole opened by Loki was still not closed, but no Zedaman dared to pass through. The reason was that Francis Drake released her treasure, Golden Deer, and Stormy Night. Countless wooden boats surrounded the passage. As long as an alien creature passed through, the artillery on Francis Drake's ship would fire at the same time. The invaders were instantly wiped out by the attack of countless lasers. The Chitauri army tried to attack several times, but they were killed instantly. They dared not act rashly anymore. They could only stay awkwardly in the universe outside the passage. Francis Drake lazily lay on her Golden Deer and yawned. The opponent was too weak, not challenging at all, boring and sleepy. The Chitauri on the ground had been surrounded by Zheng and his mutant men. Mutants have a variety of abilities, and combined with powerful dance machines, they greatly improve their efficiency. It didn't take much time to clean up the Chitauri on the ground, leaving only a few fish that slipped through the net. The Avengers finally found Zheng Bin, who was helping injured citizens on the streets of Luiwei. The captain of each country asked, "Is there anything we can do to help?" "Loki is missing, and I need the scepter in his hand to close the passage. There are still many injured people who need to be taken care of. The gamma ray detection I did on the aircraft carrier before should be able to help you," Banner suggested. "You can go and take a look." Okay. In the end, the Avengers decided that Iron Man and Thor would go to arrest the people, and the others would stay on the ground to help the wounded. I have to say, you changed my mind. After sending a wounded person to the ambulance, the captain of the country said to Zheng Bin, "This time, all of us should thank you." Zheng Bin's behavior this time can be said to be very admirable. He not only protected Luiwei, but also rescued many people. All this is due to the part of King Arthur's personality. King Arthur's chivalry made it impossible for him not to lend a hand to those in a disadvantaged position. He would unconsciously want to help these people. And this behavior also has a positive effect on the development of Shin industry. So Zheng Bin will not resist King Arthur's character, but go with the flow. Zheng Bin heard the praise from the captain of the country, just smiled, turned around, and continued to help others. I hope that when you know that I want to do Jeanne business, you will be so calm. The injured were sent to the hospital one after another. I was so bored that I was about to fall asleep on the Golden Deer. Frances Drake also jumped off the boat and came to Zheng Bin's side. She held Zheng Bin's arm with her hand. "How long will it take? Those cowards dare not come down. I am really bored up there." At this time, Tony Stark and Thor brought Loki to Zheng Bin. Thor held the scepter with the mind gem in his hand. Loki knew that the situation was over. Even though he was caught by Iron Man and Thor, he still looked calm and did not resist at all. After seeing the scepter, the captain of each country said happily, "Since we have found it, let's go and close the channel now." Wait a minute. Zheng Bin stopped Thor, who was swinging the hammer and preparing to fly up. Thor was puzzled. "What's wrong?" "My friend, before closing the channel, I will give them a gift first. Francis, take me to the Stark building." Standing aside, Francis immediately summoned a golden deer and sent him up. After reaching the Stark building, he looked at Francis. The other party immediately understood and took back her treasure. The passage that was originally blocked tightly suddenly became unobstructed. The Chitauri army in the universe saw this situation and sent several teams to the entrance of the cave to investigate and see what happened. Zheng Bin, standing on the highest platform of the Stark building, released King Arthur's treasure. This beam of light was very huge, and the light was so strong that it was blinding. Even though it was still daytime, people could still clearly see this beam of light that cut through the sky. No matter where you stand in Luiwei City, as long as you look up, you can see this obvious beam of light. Is God coming to save us? Many people had this thought in their minds. For them, such a magnificent sight beyond reality can only be a miracle. It's so beautiful. Captain Guo looked up at the sky and couldn't help but exclaimed. Who said it wasn't? After hearing this, the Avengers agreed in their hearts. The beam of light lasted for dozens of seconds and finally slowly disappeared in the sky. The people on the ground came to their senses at this time and applauded. The Chitauri army in the universe that was originally on the other side of the cave entrance had all disappeared, annihilated in the beam of light. At this time, Iron Man flew up with scepter. He whistled and said, "This is a great gift." Zheng Bin said calmly, "It's just a gift. Now you can close the channel." Iron Man aimed the top of the scepter at the transmitter. Under the collision of the two Tesseract forces, the crack in the sky gradually closed. Tony Stark smiled and turned around. Just when he was about to invite Zheng Bin to a celebration banquet later, he found that he had disappeared. This alien invasion was a devastating disaster for Luiwei. For a month in a row, major TV stations have been reporting news about this disaster. They analyzed the causes of this war from different angles and analyzed each superhero. Among them, Zheng Bin was mentioned the most. Unlike the plot of the movie of Avengers Alliance, the members of Avengers were not on the battlefield from the beginning of this Luiwei war. They appeared when the war was about to end. At that time, Liu had already relied on Zheng Bin to turn the tide and save many people. Therefore, in this Liu war, the public did not have much impression of Avengers. Instead, they remembered Zheng Bin firmly. This is the man who saved them. I love him. I love him. A female interviewee cried and said to the TV camera, "He jumped down from a high altitude to protect me." The girl became more and more excited and finally shouted to the camera, "I have a good figure. Come to me if you need anything." There are countless similar interviews. No woman can control herself after being protected by Zheng Bin. This time, the economy of each country has declined significantly. Many companies suffered heavy losses, and some even went bankrupt. Even first-class companies like Stark Industries suffered losses. However, not only did Shin Industrial not lose money, but it made a lot of money. This is Zheng Bin's name, resounding throughout the country, even the world. Everyone knows this new superhero who shined in the Liu War. His fame has also driven the development of Shin Industrial. Shin Industrial smart home appliances, which have been gradually becoming flat, suddenly grew rapidly again. Billionaire? Superhero? Will Zheng Bin of Shin Industrial replace Playboy? Stark has become the most popular diamond Huang Lao in Liu City? After the commercial, we will analyze them one by one for you. Tony Stark was drinking foreign wine and laughed when he heard the last sentence said by the host. I didn't expect that the chairman of Stark Industries is still so idle now. After hearing this, Tony Stark rolled his eyes, not even looking at the person coming out of the elevator behind him, and said directly, "Are all USHILD people so rude? Please make an appointment before you come next time. I'm Tony Stark. Do you know how many people want to see me every day?" Nick Fury walked to Tony Stark and handed him the document in his hand. "Take a look at this first." Heroic Industries? Tony Stark said after seeing the cover. "What a weird name." Tony Stark read all the documents at a glance, and his expression became very complicated. "Tell me what you think. This Jeanne company is located in Sokovia and has obtained permission from the Sokovia government. So it is legally produced. The founders are a pair of siblings, Wanda Maximov and Pietro Maximov. At first glance, Yingling Industries has nothing to do with Zheng Bin, but a closer look reveals his traces everywhere. The dance equipment that the Shin Industrial Security Department brought with him to the Liu War this time was all produced by this company. He has now applied to acquire Yingling Industries across borders. Zheng Bin is a special person. The company that Meng acquired is also a company that produces dance equipment. It is still under discussion. Do you think we should agree? After listening to Nick Fury's words, Tony Stark couldn't help but sigh. He had just closed the Junwood department of Stark Industries not long ago, but Zheng Bin immediately opened another one. Are the men in their Stark family destined to be Junwood merchants? He pondered for a long time and then said to Nick Fury, "I believe him." In the research and development room of Shin Industry, Zheng Bin was testing and calibrating the machine on the table. Francis Drake, who was sitting there doing nothing, walked over with some boredom. "Master, what are you studying?" "Let me see." She stuck close to Zheng Bin, and her collar seemed to fall off because she was bending over. Emma Frost walked into the room with the documents and saw this scene, and she was furious. She raised the wrench on the table with her mind and threw it at Francis Drake. Francis Drake tilted his head slightly, and the wrench flew past her ear and fell to the ground with a sound of iron hitting. Zheng Bin frowned, looked up and looked over. Emma Frost glared at Francis angrily, and then said aggrievedly, "Boss, I'm worried that the Scar girl will disturb your work." Francis Drake was furious. "Who are you calling a Scar girl? Believe it or not, I will shoot you. Try it." "Enough," Zheng Bin shouted. This scene happened countless times this week. After Francis Drake was summoned, he told Zheng Bin that he wanted to play in the real world for a while longer. Zheng Bin thought that there was no need to summon other heroes for the time being, so he agreed. With an adventurous personality like Francis Drake, Zheng Bin thought she would go out to play by herself, who knew that no matter what Zheng Bin did, Francis would follow him all the time. It was okay to bump into Gwen at school. Gwen has a relatively calm personality. Seeing Francis always sticking to Zheng Bin, Although she was unhappy, she would not show it. Meeting Emma Frost in the company was the most troublesome for Zheng. Emma Frost has a very self-centered personality and a bit of a sister's temper. The two often cursed at each other when they didn't like each other, and sometimes they didn't fight. If you two make trouble again, you're not allowed to enter my R&D room in the future. Zheng said seriously for his hard work in the R&D room. Humph, humph. After the two looked at each other fiercely, they looked away again. Emma Frost then remembered that she had come here for something serious. Boss, there has been progress in the acquisition of Yingling Industries. The Zhengfu invites you to their national umbu to discuss the matter tomorrow. Asking Zheng to meet with the national umbu was a result of a multi-party agreement. There were many participants in this meeting, and the person in charge was Ross. Nick Fury felt a headache when he saw this old man who didn't know how to adapt. He had a big fight with him because of Zheng a few days ago. Compared with letting Shin Industrial acquire this mysterious ice factory, Ross preferred that each country's government assign a reliable enterprise to contact Yingling Industrial. After all, the power of the dance equipment produced by Yingling Industrial was witnessed by everyone in the Lua War. If each country could get the factory that produced these dance equipment, their monarch's power would definitely increase greatly. Nick Fury was really laughed at by this old man. Didn't you read the report I gave you? Now, all the clues tell us that Yingling Industry has a close relationship with Zheng. He is determined to acquire this acquisition, and you, for 130, asked him to give to the government. Ross said with a matter-of-fact look, any citizen should devote everything to the country. I didn't expect this old man to be more shameless than me. Now Nick Fury can only pray in his heart, hoping that this meeting can end peacefully. Zheng, equipped with King Arthur's white suit and spirit clothes, brought Francis Drake and Emma Frost arrived at the conference room on time. At this time, the conference room was already full of people. Most of the audience were men, and when they saw the two beauties on Zheng left and right, they couldn't help but brighten their eyes. In their opinion, Hei Luofu was beautiful enough. She completed many tasks by using her beauty. Even so, her beauty was still slightly inferior to these two girls. She is really lucky. The men present thought a little sourly when they saw Zheng. Zheng saw another empty chair at the conference table and sat down directly. Emma and Francis stood behind him. Ross cleared his throat vigorously, calling back the souls of the men present. Hello, Mr. Zheng. This time we invited you to come here to learn about you and Yingling Industry. Please speak. Mr. Zheng, are all the dance equipment used by your security department purchased from Yingling Industry? Yes. What is the reason for acquiring Yingling Industry? Because Yingling Industry was established by me in Sokovia, and now I want to merge it into Shin Industry. Zheng said frankly, I want to become the arms department of Shin Industry legitimately. You! Ross was furious. You illegally established an ice factory outside the country, and you have the nerve to say it out loud. Illegal? Zheng smiled. When did I violate the law? Yingling Industry followed the formal process in Sokovia and operated legally. Our Shin Industry Security Department has a certificate of possession in each country. At which step did we violate the law? Ross was choked and speechless, and an observer sitting next to him immediately added, You are not allowed to transport dance equipment outside the country. Emma Frost heard Zheng voice and walked up from behind him. She took out a document from her briefcase. This is the document we applied to the relevant department for import last month. You can take a look. We brought the dance equipment to each country within the date of the import license. Ross's assistant took the document and immediately checked the electronic file. This document turned out to be real. After hearing this answer, everyone in the conference room didn't know what to say for a moment. Ross Jeongjun originally planned to use their siege to give them a warning. Then, considering Zheng outstanding performance in the Lua War, he would not bother with him, but forget about the acquisition of Yingling Industries, who knew that they had already prepared. The conference room was silent. Nick Fury smiled helplessly. After dealing with Zheng several times, he already knew that he was a meticulous person. Since he planned to acquire Yingling Industries from the beginning, He would definitely arrange everything. Zheng Bin smiled at the people present. So, what's the problem? The government of each country believes that Yingling Industry is a company with great potential and intends to cooperate with it for a long time. Then I am also happy to establish a long-term cooperative relationship with the government after acquiring Yingling Industry. However, Zheng Bin's face turned cold. If you want to bypass me, it's impossible. All the people in Yingling Industry are my people. As long as I say a word, they will all leave. And the dance instruments are all developed by me. No one can copy them except me. If you reject my application today, then Yingling Industry will become an empty box tomorrow. As long as I want, I can copy a new Yingling Industry anywhere. But by then, the government of each country will definitely not be our partner. You are a threat of Chiluluo. Ross roared angrily. Zheng Bin ignored Ross's distorted face, stood up, straightened the cuffs of his suit, and said politely, I have said everything I need to say, and I have other things to do, so I am leaving first. Everyone watched Zheng Bin and his two assistants, who were too beautiful to be human, leave leisurely. I will never let him go if he dares to despise the government like this. How do you want to let him go? Nick Fury, who had been watching the whole process without saying a word, spoke at this time. His extraordinary ability. Even if we use the army of every country, we may not be able to deal with him. And after the Luo War, Zheng Bin is now the most popular superhero in every country, and his image is very good now. If we take action against him, we may not be able to get the understanding of the people. Ross was unwilling to say, Are we just going to let him do whatever he wants? Nick Fury, who had long been accustomed to Zheng Bin's style of doing things, said calmly, Yes, if you also get those dance instruments that are more powerful than the aliens' high-tech. Master, you are so handsome. As soon as she walked out of the 0.8 government building, Frances immediately put down her pretentious image and held Zheng Bin's hand tightly. Zheng Bin smiled and said to Emma, Emma, these are all your credit. You have worked hard. Emma, who was originally glaring at Frances, smiled a little embarrassedly after hearing praise. I am glad that I can help you. Emma's telepathy ability is really convenient. If Emma hadn't hinted to the reviewers when handling the procedures, they wouldn't have gotten these documents so easily. At this time, Emma's phone rang. Boss, Mr. Stark said that Loki and Thor will leave the Earth together next week. Do you want to go? Zheng Bin suddenly thought at this time that since Loki had been staying in the universe before, maybe he would know some news about the murder of the Conqueror King? At night, Zheng Bin and the system asked for Loki's location. Loki was locked in the bathroom of the SHILD building. SHILD was heavily guarded and countless high-tech equipment was installed inside. Especially for the important person Loki was guarded, they put all the best equipment up there. But these were of no use to Zheng Bin, who had the ability of a heroic spirit. He easily avoided all the room controls and traps, and then used his mobile phone to crack the electronic lock on Loki's door. Loki saw Zheng Bin walking in from the door and said in horror, Why are you here? What's wrong? Zheng Bin smiled and looked at Loki. When we were in Asgard, you didn't have this attitude. I was wrong about what happened before, and I am willing to apologize to you. Loki stood up, put on his left chest, bowed slightly, and said to Zheng Bin 24 sincerely, I hope you can forgive my arrogance before. Zheng Bin sat on the only chair in the room. The aura around him made him look like a king sitting on a throne instead of an iron chair in the prison. Loki lowered his head and looked more respectful after seeing this. Zheng Bin ignored Loki's apology and asked directly, Have you heard about the King of Conquerors when you were in the universe before? Loki didn't speak. Zheng Bin caught the hesitation in his expression, frowned, and the kingly aura on his body unconsciously released Loki felt the aura on Zheng Bin that was comparable to Odin, and quickly replied, I had the honor of meeting him in the universe before. Then, seeing Zheng Bin's awe-inspiring appearance, Loki really didn't know what had happened to him before. He actually thought he could defeat such a terrible person. He didn't dare to hide anything, and said quickly, I saw him at the Spacey Road, but I was busy with other things at that time, and I was on the road, so I just saw him in a hurry. What is the name of the Spacey Road? I really didn't see it. Loki buried his head deeply again, making sure he looked humble enough. By the way, do you remember what happened in Jotunheim before? Loki knew that Zheng was in Jotunheim at that time, and he also mobilized the power of the Asgard Palace to try to destroy the planet. At that time, he thought that Zheng would definitely be destroyed with Jotunheim under such a strong attack. Who knew that he not only didn't die, but also saved Jotunheim, but also cut off more than half of Asgard. Loki didn't dare to speak. He didn't know what Zheng reason for mentioning this at the moment was, for fear that his words would cause Zheng anger. Zheng had sent Francis back to the Heroic Spirit Library before coming, because he knew that he should use this card next. System, help me summon Tong Yao. A burst of light lit up from the complex patterns on the ground, and a little girl wearing an exquisite and complex Lolita costume appeared in the middle. As soon as she opened her eyes and saw Zheng, she immediately showed an angry expression again. Humph, it's you again. Pull him into your dream and interrogate him in the dream. Dig out all the information about the King of Conquerors for me. Tong Yao was about to refuse, but when she saw Zheng calm, majestic expression, she recalled the last time Zheng threatened her, and shrank her shoulders and dared not speak. Tong Yao also knows how to interrogate. In fairy tales, there are many horrible stories that scare children so much that they can't sleep. But compared to those bloody dreams, she prefers fantasy dreams. Tong Yao thought for a moment and said softly to Zheng, I have a request. That is, after completing the task, you can't send me back immediately, but let me play here for a few days. I will be obedient this time. I can not only help you interrogate him, but also help you make him live a life worse than death. She guessed that this man must have offended the master, so she cleverly added another condition. Zheng looked at Tong Yao's cautious expression, nodded and agreed. Yeah. Tong Yao cheered softly, and then looked at Loki with her bright eyes. You. Loki heard Zheng and Tong Yao arrange him in a few words, and he was about to say something when he was knocked unconscious by Tong Yao's unexpected attack. Tong Yao turned into a spirit and entered Loki's consciousness. After a while, Loki's face showed a painful expression. His forehead was covered with cold sweat, and his clothes were also soaked with cold sweat. After a few minutes, Tong Yao emerged from Loki's consciousness. Her dream was controlled by her, not only the content of the dream, but also the speed of time. Although Tong Yao seemed to have spent only a few minutes, she and Loki had actually been in his own consciousness for decades. Tong Yao curled her lips and said, This person is too fragile. We can't play for too long, otherwise he will go crazy when he wakes up. Then she told him the information she had interrogated. Zheng nodded. What Tong Yao said was almost the same as what Loki told him. You did a great job. Tong Yao never thought that Zheng would praise her. She was stunned for a moment, then said shyly, Anyway, you have to remember what you promised me. Loki woke up slowly while the two were talking. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Tong Yao's cute face and screamed in fear. Ah! Tong Yao looked at him with contempt and said coldly, Shut up! Loki stopped screaming as if someone was choking him, and just looked at her with a horrified look. Let's go. Zheng perception was that someone was approaching this side, and he must have been startled by Loki's movement. So he took Tong Yao away. On this day, Thor stood outside S.H.I.E.L.D., ready to take Loki back to Asgard. All the Avengers were present, and to Thor's surprise, he actually saw his friend. Ben, you're here too. Zheng smiled. I'll see you off. Loki's mouth was blocked, and he saw Tong Yao standing next to Zheng, and he cried out in fear. He kept begging Thor with his eyes to take him away, quickly. Tong Yao. The captain of each country found a familiar figure next to Zheng and shouted in surprise, You're still alive. Tong Yao rolled her eyes after hearing this. Why are you cursing me, you big liar? That's great. The captain of each country knelt in front of Tong Yao and hugged her carefully. Although Tong Yao looked disgusted, she did not refuse a hug. Everyone present knew the story of the captain of each country and Tong Yao. They looked at the two quietly, and the scene became very warm for a while. Woo, 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 woo. Loki's ghost roar broke the loving scene. Loki felt that the longer he stayed with Tong Yao, the greater his inner fear would become. So he made a sound to remind Thor to take him away quickly. Tony Stark saw Loki's distorted face and said to Thor, "Hey, your brother is not crazy, right?" It was also the first time that Thor saw Loki in such a crazy state, and he was a little worried. "He was fine just now." Then he said to everyone, "I will take him back to Asgard to see what's going on. Everyone, we will meet again later." Tong Yao stood aside, met Loki's eyes, and deliberately showed a sinister smile. "Loki, woo!" After Thor and Loki left, Zheng Bin also said goodbye to the others. The captain of each country made a request to Zheng Bin, wanted to spend some time with Tong Yao in the next few days. Take her around to play, to make up for his previous broken promise to Tong Yao in his dream. Before Zheng Bin left, the captain of each country looked at Zheng Bin sincerely. "Although I have said it before, I must apologize to you again. I misunderstood you before. It turns out that you did not kill Tong Yao. You are really a good person." Tong Yao rolled her eyes when she heard this. "You've been fooled? Big liar. This man is not a good person." After returning to the company, Wu started to get busy with work again. Shin Industry has received the relevant approval documents and agreed to his acquisition plan. Emma has been assigned to Sokovia to deal with this matter. The entire Yingling industry is completely controlled by Zheng Bin. This acquisition is equivalent to Zheng Bin putting the things in his left hand into his right hand, and it only requires some simple procedures to complete. In the future, the name of Yingling Industry will be changed to Yingling Cloth Gate, which is one of the cloth gates of Shin Industry. The main work is the research and development and production of dance equipment. Now that the factory in Sokovia has grown to a considerable scale, Zheng Bin thinks that instead of moving it to each country and placing it under the eyes of the government of each country, it is better to let it continue to develop there. But after all, that place belongs to Zhangwan country. Later, his business will grow bigger and bigger, and his reputation will become more and more famous. The security department established by refugees and dozens of mutants is still not safe enough. And since there's a group of after becoming a mutant, Zheng Bin also realized the benefits of mutants. First of all, they have strong combat power. Generally, mutants, even the lowest level mutants, have much better physical fitness than ordinary people. Secondly, their skills are varied and can cope with various situations. Zheng Bin plans to recruit a large number of mutants for his security department. If it develops according to his idea, the security department of Shinai Industry will definitely be more powerful than the internationally famous Silver Sable Mercenary Ice Group. Want to find a large number of mutants? 066112424Filu181050310. Zheng Bin found a mobile phone number he had never contacted on his mobile phone and dialed it. "Hello, is this Magneto?" Perhaps it was because Zheng Bin's security department had an outstanding performance in the Liyue War this time, which greatly improved the impression of mutants in the minds of ordinary people. This time, Zheng Bin and Magneto proposed cooperation, and Magneto very happily called a group of mutants came to report to him. And there were quite a few of them, nearly 50 people. Zheng Bin handed all the new employees to Emma and asked her to make arrangements. Emma, who had just returned from Sokovia and completed the acquisition, was once again busy. Sometimes she was so busy that she almost doubted her life. Didn't she come to Shin Industry to get close to Zheng Bin? Didn't she want to pick up a boy at the beginning? Why is her daily life now surrounded by countless work? Although she complained a few words, she still went to work resignedly, as a mutant to be well. She knew very well what kind of experience mutants would suffer when living in the society where most of them were ordinary people. Their living space was compressed to the limit. If what Shin Industry is doing now can improve the social status of mutants, Emma Frost is very willing to do more for her tribe. Professor X learned about the recent cooperation between Magneto and Zheng Bin from his informant. He was also thinking about whether to send some students over. Maybe Zheng Bin's method will work better than his own? Professor X, send me. Professor X looked helplessly at the father in front of him. Jeanne, didn't I tell you? Don't read other people's thoughts casually. This behavior is very rude. Zheng Bin received a call from Professor X. If you want mutant, why don't you come to Arts Academy? Professor X said on the other end of the phone. There are many students who graduated from us. I believe they can help you. The security department I founded may be different from your development direction. I have no interest in saving the world and helping mankind. The security department mainly works for God industry. But during the New York War, Zheng interrupted the other party. That time was an exception. I am different from you, X-Men. Superhero is just someone else's name on me. I have never admitted it. Now I am just an entrepreneur. The characteristic of entrepreneurs is profit-seeking. Professor X, who was on the phone, saw Jean Grey making moves next to him. He could only helplessly say, "In this case, can we try to cooperate first? I will arrange an X-Men to try it first." Okay. After hanging up the phone, Professor X shook his head at Jean Grey's excitement. I hope you can get what you want this time. Finally, in addition to Jean Grey, Scott Summers, who has always liked her, also followed. They came to God Industries to report according to the time. The reporting conference room was already full of mutants, most of whom came from Magneto's mutant brotherhood. There is also a small number of mutants, 263, who are now working in the security department. They think that working in God Industries is better than doing nothing on the streets before, so they try their best to promote it to their friends around them and pull them in. The success of God Industries is also visible to everyone, and their personnel are becoming more and more loyal. If you don't come in now, it will be difficult to come in when the standards are raised in the future. And these wandering mutants who were recruited saw so many of their own kind present, and some of them were very famous mutants. Like Jean Grey and Cyclops from the X-Men, Sabretooth from the Mutant Brotherhood. I didn't expect that I would have a day to be their colleague. Jean Grey crossed her arms and accepted the scrutiny from the people around her with an indifferent face. Cyclops glanced around and found that the people present were all mutants of lower levels and frowned. Jean, I really don't understand why you came here. Is Zheng so good? If you don't like it, you can leave by yourself. Anyway, I won't leave. Emma Frost walked into the room in a pure white professional suit. The slim-fitting clothes tightly wrapped her good figure, and the hip skirt made her look round and straight. A beautiful face stunned all the men present. Hello, everyone. I am the assistant of Chairman Zheng and the executive CEO of Jeanne Industry. Next, I will arrange your work. Emma Frost's capable appearance fascinated many men, and many people whistled and made noises in the audience. Emma's face turned cold, and she overturned the table in the middle of the conference room with her mind. The originally noisy room suddenly became quiet, and everyone looked at Emma Frost. This woman is also a mutant. Seeing that everyone was quiet, Emma Frost spoke again. Our God Industry is a first-class enterprise in Magneto. I hope you don't bring the bad habits you developed in the third-rate organizations. From now on, you represent the image of our God Industry. Please improve your quality as soon as possible. Isn't this just saying that they have low quality? Everyone could hear Emma's disdain for them. None of the mutants present was a good person, especially those from the Mutant Brotherhood. They had committed many crimes with Magneto before. How could they tolerate a woman riding on their heads like this now? You be asterisk. A mutant wanted to rush up and teach Emma a lesson. Emma Frost waved her hand lightly, and the man flew out and hit the wall heavily. She looked at the rest of the people below. Who else wants to make trouble? Emma Frost has been hiding her identity as a mutant very well since she was a child, and has always been among ordinary people without being discovered. She never came into contact with mutants, so no one in the mutant tribe knew who she was and what her ability was. Everyone looked at each other, not daring to act rashly. Very good. Emma Frost showed a satisfied smile. It seems that you have no other questions, so please follow me. Everyone left one after another behind Emma, and Cyclops also took 2 steps. Then he found Jean Grey standing aside without moving. Jean, what's wrong? After hearing Emma Frost's self-introduction, Jean Grey felt a surge of violence in her heart. Why can you all get close to him? There were several moments when she wanted to rush to the stage and tear Emma Frost to pieces. She also knew that her current mental state was not right, so she clenched her fists and tried her best to suppress herself. After hearing Cyclops' voice, she seemed to wake up from a dream, and the violence in her heart dissipated. Nothing, let's go too. After Emma Frost settled the mutant, she sorted out the list and handed it to Zheng Bin. All 50 people sent by Mutant Brotherhood are here, and one person is now receiving treatment in the medical room. The X-Men sent 2 mutants. The 15 mutants introduced by the members of the security department have also arrived. What happened to the man being treated in the medical room? I taught him a lesson. Zheng Bin nodded, indicating that he understood. He knew that Emma Frost always had a sense of propriety in doing things, and that such a small matter could be left to her to handle. So he did not ask any more questions. He looked at the list in his hand, and there was a very familiar name on it. Jean Grey. Zheng Bin raised his eyebrows. He had not seen this person for a long time, since he injured her in the parking lot last time. He remembered that Jean Grey was a professor in the mutant district who had reached the Omega level. How could he be willing to send someone here? He pointed at Jean Grey's name and said to Emma, "This person, please help me focus on observing him." Yes. Just after dealing with a new mutant, Tong Yao suddenly appeared in Zheng Bin's office. "Master, I'm back." Zheng Bin was curious. "Why did you come back so soon? Don't you want to play for a few more days?" Tong Yao pouted and said dissatisfiedly, "No more playing. It's not fun at all." In the first few days, the captain of Magnesium took Tong Yao to play everywhere, and they went to various amusement parks. Tong Yao really had a lot of fun during those days. However, after those days, the captain of Magnesium received a mission to go to the refugee area to help refugees. The captain of Magnesium knew that Tong Yao was not an ordinary child, so he took her with him. Tong Yao was in the refugee area every day during this period. There were no toys or playmates there, and she was also prohibited from entering other people's dreams. In addition, the captain of Magnesium took her to visit refugees every day and gave her ideological and moral lessons. Tong Yao was really annoyed. After a few days, she couldn't wait to return to Zheng Bin's side. After Tong Yao came back, she felt bored again after staying for only 2 days. "Master, how can you live a more boring life than a big liar? All you do every day is work, work, work. What's the meaning of such a life? You don't let me play in other people's dreams. It's really boring. I might as well go back and continue to sleep." Zheng Bin agreed to Tong Yao's request and sent her back to the Heroic Spirit Library. Before leaving, Tong Yao asked Zheng Bin, "If there is something fun next time, you must call me out again." After this period contact, she has already known that her master is not so scary. She also began to dare to make requests to him. Okay. After the New York War, because the company had too many things to do, Zheng Bin had to ask for a leave from the school for a period of time to deal with the company's affairs. The school immediately approved his leave and gave him enough time. Zheng Bin's academic performance is very good, and now he is a young entrepreneur. The school cannot refuse him. Now they have to please this rising star. Didn't you see how much money Tony Stark donated to MIT every year? MIT's most advanced equipment and the best teaching environment are all built up with Tony Stark's money. So they must not offend Zheng Bin now. Successful entrepreneurs like this will definitely give back to their alma mater in the future, whether it is because of feelings or reputation. Recently, the things of Shin Industry are almost done, and their Emma was in charge of the company. Zheng Bin took the leave slip back to school to cancel his leave and resumed his student life. A limited edition luxury sports car stopped at the school gate. When the students of Empire State University saw it, they quickly took out their mobile phones to take pictures. In this school, no one would not know who the owner of this car is. They quickly posted the photos they took on the internet. The light of Empire State University is finally back. Our superhero. Oh my God, why is he back today? I don't have makeup on. The person above, even if you put on makeup, people will not look down on you. The current executive CEO of Shin Industry should check the internet to see how big the gap is between him and others. When Zheng Bin got out of the car, he found that there were circles of people around his car. Question mark. Zheng Bin looked at the people surrounding him and saw that everyone just stared at him with fiery eyes and did not do anything else. He walked into the school on his own. After he entered the school, This group of people continued to follow him inexplicably. And as he walked along, more people who had discovered him followed him. The team became larger and larger, forming a spectacular scene. Zheng Bin? He found his good friend halfway. "Hey, Peter." Peter Parker was also startled when he saw the people behind Zheng Bin, and then came over to say hello. "Long time no see. You are finally back to school. Are you done with everything?" "Yeah." Zheng Bin pointed behind him. "What's going on?" Peter Parker smiled and said, "You are a famous person now, and you haven't been back to school for so long, so it will naturally attract others to watch. It will be fine after a while." Zheng Bin was somewhat helpless. "Okay." After saying goodbye to Peter Parker, Zheng Bin walked into the teaching building for class, and the people who've been following him just now also dispersed. It seems that he needs to change a less conspicuous car to go to school in the future. Otherwise, it would be too annoying to be followed like this every day. Zheng Bin built a training ground in Niuyue, where the accommodation and training of the new batch of mutants are all there. Jean Grey also lives there. At the moment, she found the anger in her heart in the open space next to the training ground. She used telepathy to control the stone and smashed it to the ground one after another. Jean Grey trained fighting skills and professional knowledge about security here every day, although she could learn a lot of things here that she had never touched before. But this kind of life is not what she wants at all. She came to Shin Industry just to create an opportunity to meet Zheng Bin. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. But she has discovered that it is impossible for her to meet Zheng Bin here. As the chairman of Shin Industry, Zheng Bin has a lot of things to do every day, and he can't do everything himself. What's more, this group of mutants are just the lowest level employees of the security department. The woman named Emma Frost came to watch their training several times in the name of Zheng Bin. Jean Grey experienced disappointment day after day, and resentment accumulated in her heart. Enough! Cyclops found that Jean Grey was not in the training ground. So he came out to find her worriedly and saw Jean Grey hitting the ground with his mind like crazy. He walked over and grabbed Jean Grey's wrist. "You're out of control. Do you know that? Zero, leave me alone. This man named Zheng Bin has completely influenced your spirit. Don't you realize it? No, you can't stay here. Follow me. I said leave me alone." Jean Grey shouted angrily at Cyclops. She was suddenly enveloped by a faint light, and then Cyclops was bounced out by the sudden burst of power from her body. Cyclops' body flew far away, until he finally hit a tree heavily to stop his momentum. Jean Grey looked at the laser element flying out in disbelief, and then looked down at her hands. She panicked with psychokinesis, lifted him into the air, and flew away. "Jean!" Zheng Bin returned to the company after class. As soon as he entered the office, he found a middle-aged man in a cloak standing there. "Who?" Zheng Bin looked at the man in front of him warily, secretly preparing for a fight. He was still equipped with the King Arthur card, and the perception ability of the heroic spirit made him not notice the existence of this man when he was standing outside the door. This man is likely to be stronger than him. When the middle-aged man saw Zheng Bin, a happy smile appeared on his face. He opened his arms, made a hugging gesture, and said to Ban, "I am your father, E." Zheng Bin looked coldly at the man standing in front of him. "Father?" "Yes," said the middle-aged man. "I fell in love with your mother on Earth before. She is really a good woman." The middle-aged man showed a nostalgic application. "Earth? Then where are you from? By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Ego, and I come from a distant and beautiful planet. When I left, your mother was already pregnant, but at that time Zheng Bin took the sword of the Oath of Victory and waved it at the man in front of him without hesitation. Ego dodged the sword energy from the sword sideways. He showed a sad expression. "Don't you want to know how your mother and I fell in love?" Zheng Bin's eyes were fierce, and he gritted his teeth and said, "If you dare mention my mother again, I will let you die without a burial place." Yide showed a surprised expression. Zheng Bin's reaction was completely beyond his expectation. It seems that the plan he had thought of before cannot be implemented today. It is such a pity that there is such delicious power in front of him, but he cannot eat it all. In this case, he should go to find his real biological son first. Yaij made a decision, and then showed a kind and tolerant smile and said to Zheng Bin, "It seems that your mood is not stable now. I will come to you later." Then he left Zheng Bin's office. The fatherly attitude made Zheng Bin feel sick and almost vomit. Zheng Bin was so angry that he couldn't even consider the truth of what ego said. He just kept cursing in his heart. Irresponsible scumbag. If it weren't for him, how could my mother, the only daughter of a well-off family, break off relations with her family because of an unmarried pregnancy? If it weren't for this, my mother could have completed her studies and returned to Dacia to live an easy life, instead of bringing a burden with her, working as a handyman in a foreign country, and raising him up with difficulty. Zheng Bin, who was born with a memory of his previous life, never had any expectations or feelings for his father. He was just angry about his mother's experience, and was abandoned by such a scumbag. If I see him again next time, I will never let him go. Emma heard the noise and rushed over, and saw that the office was a mess, and one of the walls was directly shattered because it was hit by Zheng Bin's sword energy. "What's wrong?" "It's okay." Zheng Bin was still angry, with a face full of anger. Emma Frost looked at him with some worry. This was the first time she saw the calm and self-sustaining Zheng Bin in this state. Jeanne Grey didn't know where she could go now. She had just injured Cyclops, and now she was too embarrassed to go back to him. She couldn't go back to X Academy, or she didn't know how to explain to the professor. Jeanne Grey knew that her mental state was not right recently. There was always an inexplicable anger in her heart, making her want to tear everything around her apart. She couldn't control her behavior at all. Only when she thought of Zheng Bin would she feel a little warm in her heart. "By the way, Bin," Jeanne Grey seemed to have found her backbone and cheered up. She ran to Shin Industry to find Zheng Bin. Zheng Bin was the only salvation she could see now. 000. Emma directed the decorators to decorate Zheng Bin's shabby office. Jeanne Grey hurried to Zheng Bin's office and found that the person she was looking for was not there. Instead, the woman she had always envied was here, directing others to do things like a mistress. Emma noticed someone coming in and looked over. "Jeanne Grey, what are you doing here? Did you run away from the training ground?" Jeanne Grey heard Emma Frost's culture and was filled with strong anger. "Why can't I see him for so long, but you can see him every day? Why can you get his trust? Obviously, I am stronger than you." Seeing Jeanne Grey not speaking, Emma Frost habitually used telepathy to spy on Jeanne Grey's thoughts. She was surprised to find that she could not see anything. "Are you surprised why you can't hear my thoughts?" Jeanne Grey looked at her sarcastically. "It's simple, because I am much stronger than you." Jeanne Grey attacked Emma with telepathy. Emma Frost sensed something was wrong and immediately changed her body. Her body turned into a diamond-like material, and under the lights of the office, her body radiated a brilliant light. After changing her form, she could resist all mental attacks. Jeanne Grey found that she could not use telepathy to attack her now. Jeanne Grey's attack just now was merciless. If Emma reacted quickly, her spirit would have been greatly damaged. Jeanne Grey angrily lifted up the sundries in the office with telepathy and threw them at Emma one by one. Emma stood there without caring, letting her throw them. Her body became very hard in the diamond form, and these things didn't hurt her. Jeanne Grey's eyes were red with anger. Zheng Bin was in the R&D room when the company's employees ran over to ask for help and came up to see what happened. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Jeanne Grey attacking Emma. Jeanne Grey was still wearing the uniform of their company security department. "Stop!" Zheng Bin shouted. Jeanne Grey heard Zheng Bin's voice, stopped his action, and looked over. "Tit!" Zheng Bin frowned, looking at his office, which was becoming even more shabby, and asked, "What are you doing?" "Miss Grey, shouldn't you be in the training ground now? Why are you running here?" Jeanne Grey heard Zheng Bin politely call her Miss Grey, and her face was gloomy. I want to see you." Zheng Bin was puzzled. "See me?" Human Diamond Emma immediately complained to Zheng Bin after hearing it. "Boss, Miss Grey just came over and beat people without knowing the reason. It hurt me so much just now." Zheng Bin originally wanted to see how badly Emma was injured, but her body dazzled his eyes, so he had to look away and look at Jeanne Grey. "Miss Grey, no matter what reason you come here, You shouldn't hurt anyone. Sorry, I don't think our god industry is suitable for you. I will call Professor X later. Jean Grey looked at Zheng Bin painfully, and when she saw Zheng Bin's cold application, the expression on her face began to twist. Why? Why do you do this to me? Jean Grey shouted excitedly. I love you so much. After Jean Grey shouted, a huge amount of fire flew toward Zheng Bin's office, like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, the bulletproof glass in the office was shattered. The shock wave generated by the explosion was so large that it shattered all the car windows on the 30th floor. The flames enveloped Jean Grey's whole body. Huge amounts of flames instantly filled the entire office. Be careful. Emma stepped forward and protected Zheng Bin behind her with her diamond body. After the strong explosion, Zheng Bin vaguely felt that this power was more than one order of magnitude stronger than the ability of Jean Grey in his memory. This gave Zheng Bin a new understanding of Jean Grey. As the hot wind blew, Zheng Bin looked up and saw Jean Grey floating in the air with a pair of huge flaming wings behind him. Looking at the powerful power emitted by the giant flaming wings, Zheng Bin realized that there was something wrong with the fireball just now. The momentum emitted by Jean Grey now made Zheng Bin a little frightened. Just when Zheng Bin was thinking about how to deal with this powerful enemy, he found that Jean Grey's originally grief-stricken expression suddenly became indifferent. At the moment, Jean Grey gently raised her head and looked at Zheng Bin and Emma with contempt from the corner of her eyes. Then she flapped her huge amounts of wings and flew away without looking back. Professor X hung up Zheng Bin's phone with a solemn look. He sighed and thought for a long time before pressing the button next to the wheelchair. The X-Men's phones all sounded an alarm, and an X sign appeared on their phone screens. This is the sign of the Assembly of X-Men 24. All the X-Men members quickly put down their work and rushed to Professor X's office. Beast, who is a teacher at X Academy, was the first to arrive. Professor, what happened? Jean's ability is out of control. You must bring her back to the Academy as soon as possible. You mean that power? Yes. Thinking of the evil and power of that power, Professor X couldn't help shuddering, and then said to Beast weakly, Take me to the brain wave strengthener. I want to detect Jean's location. After Professor X put on the brain wave strengthener, Fei Chong easily found Zero. After Professor X closed his eyes, he could see mutants all over the world through the brainwave strengthener. Each mutant has its own special light, and Jean Grey's current light is the strongest among the thousands of mutants. It is so strong that Professor X can hardly look directly at it. Jean. Professor X called Jean Grey. Jean Grey heard a familiar voice in his mind. Professor X? Jean, come back. You are not the real you now. You have been controlled by this power. We can help you. I don't need help. I feel stronger than ever before. This feeling is really great. Asterisk T. Professor X felt a sharp pain in his head before he finished speaking. Then he was ejected from Jean Grey's consciousness. The brainwave enhancement flashed sparks, and then a burst of smoke came out, and it was directly scrapped. Beast stood aside and saw the professor's painful expression, and hurried forward and asked anxiously, Professor, are you okay? Professor X frowned and said, I'm fine. I saw that Jean is now in a hurry. What is she doing there? I don't know. I can't detect her thoughts. She is now completely controlled by that power, and she is no longer the same as before. Emma Frost helped Zheng Bin block the flames. The power of the flames was so strong that even Emma Frost's indestructible diamond body was melted. When Emma turned back into an ordinary person, Zheng Bin saw an obvious burn mark on her back. Hiss! Emma Frost gasped in pain, then smiled bitterly. It seems that I can't wear backless clothes in the future. Don't worry. I will definitely find the best hospital to help you heal. Zheng Bin promised. Host new mission released. Kill Phoenix Jean Grey to stop her from destroying the Earth. Reward for card draw opportunities. This is the first time Zheng Bin has seen so many card draw opportunities since he bound the system. This also shows the difficulty of this mission. After Zheng Bin settled Emma Frost in his hand, he summoned the system. System, help me summon Solomon. Yes. Solomon is undoubtedly the most powerful card among all the cards Zheng Bin has. Zheng Bin has never done a task with so many card draws. To be safe, he decided to summon his strongest card. After a burst of light, Solomon, with his eyes closed, appeared in the magic pattern. He slowly opened his eyes without sadness or joy and stared at Zheng Bin. After his death, Solomon was called a wise, kind, and benevolent emperor by the world and was deeply loved by the people. However, these were not Solomon's personal will. He was just a spokesperson of God, and all his joys, sorrows, anger, and happiness were not his own. All of them follow the orders of God. In fact, he is just a non-human without emotions. And Solomon in Zheng Bin's heroic spirit card library can better reflect this point. Because Solomon lost the instructions of God after his death, he also changed back to his true personality. That is, no personality. He can't feel love or hate, no joy or sadness, and is isolated from all emotions. When Zheng Bin equipped him before, he only felt a sense of nothingness in his heart and didn't care about everything in the world. Therefore, although Solomon is powerful, Zheng Bin has never considered equipping him on a daily basis and going further with him. Integrate. Because this feeling of not being able to feel any emotion is really too uncomfortable. But it is precisely because he has no emotions that he is also the best servant, because he will accept all the tasks of the master. The summoned Solomon still retains a personality given to him by God when he was alive. Although there is no emotion in his eyes, because he is said to be a gentle and sociable person, he greeted Zheng Bin with a smile. "Master, we finally meet." Zheng Bin nodded. "Finally we meet. Master, do you have any mission to summon me?" "Yes. There is a difficult enemy now, and I need your help." "It's my honor." The summoned X-Men quickly arrived at the X Academy. They changed into their equipment and boarded the supersonic plane modified by Beast. Professor X, who was worried about the students, also boarded and went to aid you with them. The Boeing plane quickly arrived at their destination. The X-Men got off the plane. At the moment, they saw two figures standing not far from the desert. UB asterisk 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 D. Cyclops recognized one of them and took off his eyes directly. His eyes shot a powerful laser at the other party. Zheng Bin felt a strong force rushing towards him, but he didn't even look at it because he trusted Solomon's ability very much. Sure enough, Solomon immediately used magic to build a barrier to block the laser. Cyclops saw that his attack was blocked, but he still insisted on emitting light waves. "Enough!" Professor X shouted, "Stop!" Cyclops heard Professor X's voice and reluctantly put his glasses back on. "Professor, it's all because of him that Jeanne is now like this. It has nothing to do with him." Professor X said dejectedly, "When Jeanne was a child, I had already discovered an evil force in her body. At that time, I built a mental fence in her heart to block this force. But as she gets older, her abilities become stronger and stronger. My fence has less and less effect on her. Before she went to God Industry, I had already noticed that her condition was not right, but I still followed her wishes and asked her to get in touch with the people she liked more. I hope this will help her. But I didn't expect that an emotional outburst would make her condition worse." Cyclops retorted, "But don't say any more. The most important thing for us now is to find Jeanne first." Professor X interrupted Cyclops. "The current situation is bad enough. He doesn't want Cyclops to continue talking and offend two powerful enemies." Mystique stepped forward to comfort Cyclops. "Don't worry, we will definitely take her home. Are you looking for me?" Phoenix flew over from nowhere and floated above them. Although she had a smile on her lips and looked very charming, her eyes were cold and there was no emotion in them. Cyclops shouted excitedly on the ground, "Jeanne! Jeanne, we are here to take you home. Come back to X Academy with us." Phoenix laughed as if he had heard a joke. "Ha ha! I don't want to go back to that boring and annoying place with you. Besides, after I destroy this world, where will there be any X Academy?" "Destroy this world? What are you talking about?" Phoenix stopped laughing and said coldly, "I want all of you to die. Do you understand?" After that, she looked at Zheng Bin. "And you? Since you don't want to be with me, then you will be destroyed along with this world. After that, She raised her hands, and a constant stream of Phoenix Force was output from her palms, shooting at everyone. Jean Grey and Phoenix Force are now completely integrated. Now she is just a beast, venting her emotions as she pleases. She only has pleasure and anger in her heart. The people of Xavier's school care about their old relationship with Phoenix. Facing her attack, they just hide here and there in a panic and do not fight back. And Zheng Bin has no such concerns. Solomon, like before, built a magic barrier to completely block Phoenix Force. Oh! Phoenix noticed the situation on Zheng Bin's side, raised his eyebrows, put away the attack on the X-Academy, and aimed both hands at Zheng Bin and Solomon, increasing the output of power. Solomon and Zheng Bin still stood calmly in the same place, and their postures did not change from beginning to end. Even though Phoenix Force had already wrapped them all under Solomon's powerful magic, there was still no way to hurt them. Phoenix was intimidated by the calmness of the two people and output more Phoenix Force. The blazing flames that enveloped them soared higher. However, no matter how much Phoenix increased its output of power, Zheng Bin and Solomon remained unmoved. Zheng Bin couldn't help but sigh in his heart that Solomon really deserved to be the king of kings. The ability of the position of industry slaves is extraordinary. If Phoenix's current power only relied on Zheng Bin and the King Arthur card he was equipped with, it would definitely be very difficult to cope with it, not to mention being beaten. But Solomon has not moved a step from the beginning to now. Phoenix had no way to stop them. Is Castor so powerful? Zheng Bin, who had already integrated two fighters, began to be interested in Castor. The situation was deadlocked for a while. After finding that he had no way to deal with Zheng Bin and the others, Phoenix stopped his actions in anger. Professor X had been trying to control Phoenix, while Phoenix was attacking Zheng Bin. But Phoenix was too strong now, and he had no way to break into her spiritual world. But after a while, maybe Phoenix output too much Phoenix Force. Jean Grey's original personality, which had been suppressed, appeared and responded to Professor X's induction in the depths of consciousness. Professor, Jean. Professor, kill me. Kill me quickly. Jean Grey shouted. If you don't kill me, I will destroy the world. No, Jean, you can defeat it. You can definitely defeat this evil force. Jean Grey shouted desperately. I tried it. It really doesn't work. It's too powerful. As Phoenix stopped outputting power, Jean Grey's consciousness was suppressed again. Before she completely disappeared, she finally shouted at Professor X, You must kill me. After Professor X opened his glasses, Cyclops, who was standing beside him, hurriedly asked, Professor, how is Jean? I found the real Jean. Professor X said sadly, She asked us to kill her. No. How is this possible? Cyclops looked at Professor X with hope. Professor, you won't do this, right? Professor X closed his eyes in pain. After Phoenix stopped attacking, the sword of promise of victory condensed on Zheng Bin's right hand. Zheng Bin said to Solomon, Launch attack skills. Solomon nodded and raised his hand to Phoenix. Read inch. As Solomon's skill was released, a huge amount of flames enveloped Jean Grey. The flames looked similar to Jean Grey's just now, but the color was brighter red, like the color of blood. Ah! Jean Grey wailed at the burning pain. Although she immediately activated Phoenix Force to protect herself, the skin burned by the magic still showed signs of burns. In addition to the burning effect, this skill will also reduce the opponent's defense. Phoenix's current defense ability is at its lowest. Zheng Bin rushed out of Solomon's protection circle at this time and rushed towards Phoenix with a sword. Seeing this, Phoenix quickly used Phoenix Force to launch one attack after another against Zheng Bin. Zheng Bin moved forward at full speed and did not dodge Phoenix's attack. Solomon's magic protection made him unharmed. He rushed directly through the Phoenix Force and soon came in front of Phoenix. He inserted the sword in his hand into Phoenix's abdomen without hesitation. No, Jean. Zheng Bin attacked too fast, and everyone could only watch what happened. At the moment the sword was inserted into her abdomen, Phoenix's eyes became confused, and her dominant personality regained the upper hand. She looked at Zheng Bin quietly, revealing a sweet smile, and the stubborn and somewhat unruly girl returned. Jean Grey used her remaining little strength to lean on Zheng Bin. It's good to die in your arms in the end. After hearing this, Zheng Bin sighed and gently put her lifeless body on the ground. Cyclops rushed over like crazy, kneeling beside Jean Grey, screaming her name in pain. Finally, he raised his head and looked at Zheng Bin with hatred. "I'm going to kill you." Professor X used the ability of telepathy to make Cyclops fall into a coma. He signaled Nightcrawler to take away Cyclops and Jean's body. "You did a good job protecting the Earth." And death is what Jean wanted. Professor X looked as if he had aged several years. Grey was his proudest student, and because of their similar abilities, Jean was also the student he spent the most effort on. Therefore, even if he knew that Zheng Bin had done nothing wrong, he saw his student, who was like his daughter, being killed. Even a saint like Professor X could not be completely free of grudges against Zheng Bin, not to mention the X-Men present today. From today on, there is a gap between Zheng Bin and the Academy that will never be overcome. 000. When all the X-Men left, only Zheng Bin and Solomon were left standing in the desert. Zheng Bin waited for a long time, but did not hear the system prompt that the task was completed. He had clearly confirmed that Phoenix was really dead. So was it not considered a completed task? The system reminded. "Host, the task is to kill Phoenix and prevent her from destroying the Earth. Although Phoenix is dead, the crisis of destroying the Earth created by her has not been resolved. So it is not considered a completed task. What is the crisis that will destroy the Earth? Sorry, we haven't found it yet, so we can't answer the host's question." Zheng Bin had to take Solomon to wander around the desert to see if he could find any traces of cobweb, but after searching for a long time, he found nothing, so he had no choice but to take Solomon back first. Anyway, when something happens later that will lead to the destruction of the Earth, the system will definitely notify him to solve it as soon as possible. Just as Zheng Bin and Solomon left the desert, after being suppressed by the pyramids for many years, a long-dormant mutant suddenly opened his eyes. After returning to New York, he was different from those heroic spirits who asked to stay in the real world for a few more days. Solomon, who had no desires, hoped that Zheng Bin could send him back to the heroic spirit library first, because he could not feel any fun in the real world at all. Zheng Bin agreed. He put Solomon back into the heroic spirit library. After Solomon left, Zheng Bin looked at his card library and found that the freezing time of the Conqueror King had just ended. This card has been repaired for half a year and can finally be used again. Zheng Bin couldn't wait to summon the Conqueror King. The fact that the Conqueror King was killed has been weighing on his mind for half a year. After the Conqueror King was summoned, he opened his eyes and saw Zheng Bin appear in front of him, and was stunned for a moment. "I thought I was dead. I actually have a chance to see the Master again. Yes, he died, but I saved him again. Ha ha ha. You're really my master. I can go to war without worry in the future. Even if I die, the Master can revive me." Zheng Bin was speechless. How long had he just woken up? He was thinking about conquering the world again. "Don't talk about that for now. Tell me how you were killed." The King of Conquerors touched his chin and recalled, "I was driving the Shinwei wheel and past a planet. I met a man who praised my ox cart. I chatted with him for a while and felt very congenial. I followed him back to his planet, and then he killed me. That man was very powerful, far superior to me. I didn't even have time to resist before he sucked the power out of my body and died. Do you know who that man is?" "Well, that man makes me feel very similar to Odin. Both of them have powerful powers. By the way, he told me that his name is Ego." Zheng Bin was stunned after hearing this. "Ego? Yes, I remember his name." "Ha ha ha, very good." Zheng Bin laughed in anger, with a sinister expression on his face.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.